Hello, everybody. Welcome in. It is such a great joy to have you all in. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Super Robivers, Karzast, Jack, Fortune's favorite. It's so great to have you all here and all of you waiting in the shadows. Thank you for hanging out. It's so great. I just realized StreamerBot is not up. Let me get that going. Oh my goodness. How are we all doing today? Are we excited? Are we excited? It's a big day. Big news. Big news came down the line. It's the first day of Pirate Jam. Feels like a holiday to me. First day of Pirate Jam. I'm going to be working on that today and ideating thoughts of, what kind of a game do I want to make over the next couple weeks. There are some interesting constraints we got to deal with. I want everyone to know that judging is well underway for Fox Holo Jam 2. It is nearly done. Very close to being done. And we are going to announce the award ceremony right now. The award ceremony is going to happen Friday, the 19th, this time. That's 1 a.m. Eastern. Which is, let's see, universal timestamp. Let's see, what time is that UTC? What time is that? Time is it UTC? Things I can do, clicking. I'm somewhat of a developer myself. Oh, shoot. So 5 o'clock UTC, 1 p.m. These are both PM. 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. UTC. We're going to throw that in the Discord. We'll throw it in the Discord. It's going to be up there. And we're going to go through and hand out all these lovely prizes, including our first, second, and third prizes, our best audio polish, and, oh darn, what's the third category? Audio polish and growth, right? We're going to do the gauntlet track first, second, and thirds. We're going to do the raffle winners. We're going to do laurels for everyone. It's going to be a grand old time. A super grand old time. Okay. So, let me go ahead and throw that in the Discord. Awards ceremony for Fox Holo Jam 2 will be on Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Oh, you know what? No. I'm going to use the cool tool that somebody showed me. There's like a thing. A Discord timestamp tool, and it is the coolest freaking thing. No, not that one. Yeah, I think this one works. Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay. We're gonna do here. Beyond that. And then we'll do in one day. Okay. Can't wait to award some amazing prizes and laurels to all the amazing contestants. Incredible thanks once again to our sponsors, Sundown, Listios, and River Wolf Games, which is Fortune's favorite. As after that. Okay. Be sure to check out the Feathered Serpent. Throw the Steam link in there. And River Wolf Games. Go grab their itch. There we go. Okay. Cool. Announcement. Done. Hey, Prodigal, good to see ya. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Will anything come out of that card game? Which card game, Alex? Which card game? Is it too early for hats? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Hat Tower straight on in. This is the meta. You gotta figure out the meta yourselves. I'm just providing the rules. You all figure it out. When I was waiting for the Fox Holo Jam, I really want to, yeah. Of all the games that we've built on the stream, Moon Hollow is the one that I want to build the most. I need to work on it a lot, and the problem is there's just a bunch of different projects that are coming down the line, including like needing to learn front-end frameworks, working on my UI skills, all sorts of stuff. I will say this. The more we're able to do this full-time, the more likely it is it will be done soon. If I need to be applying for other jobs and finding work and everything, then the odds go way down. It's going to happen anytime soon, unfortunately. I have 12k points. You know, hats are coming. Love it. Many, many, many hats. All right. Are we doing Pirate Software's Jam? We absolutely are, Prodigal. Hey, Mr. Brog. Good to see you. How you doing, Alamad? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3, 4. Okay. And 5. Just sandwich it all in there. Oh, shoot. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. It's such a joy to be here with you all. Welcome in. Cool. Let's jump in. We're in Back to the Future 3 now. Hello, Martin McFly. Oh, shoot. So, I have been building out a little GDD for myself since the announcement of the themes of the Fox Holo Jam. Or, excuse me. You know, you get in the habit of saying something, and it just becomes what you say. The Pirate Software Jam. All right, we need a GDD. That's true. That is a requirement. Yeah, they ask you to package it up with the files that you submit. Yeah, put it in your zip. It's a good point, Lime. So the theme is Shadow and Alchemy. And my timeline is I have to do this 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks long, and I'm only going to get to do it part-time this time around. The trick is I'm only doing 4 hours of streaming. I may work some more after or before the stream, like today. I did some of this before the stream. But next week, after the awards ceremony, I'm taking off. I'm going to take a week with the fam. The first time I've done that since getting laid off. Some time to kind of recalibrate, rest, rejuvenate, plan next steps. Resources are Solo Dev and Godot. Laid off? Yeah. What do you mean, Prodigal? Did you not know that? That's how this all started. Let me give you more points. Yeah, Prodigal, I got laid off back in November. Haven't been here long enough. Yeah, absolutely. It has been a while. Yeah. There's a whole story. You got laid off in August, Lime Blossom. I feel you, friend. It is a rough time in tech right now. There's a lot of them. Time to make games, sell them for millions. Yeah. Gotta figure out how to actually make games in the first place. Getting much better. Getting way better. I'm gonna get to that in just a second. Do a horror game, FNAF inspired. We were just, the other day when we were playing Still Wakes the Deep, someone brought up that, I think his name is Chris Zakowski, brought up that every indie developer should make a horror game. for exposure, and it's such good marketing. It builds you such a good, strong base of fans, and teaches you a lot of good, important emotional skill sets that you can leverage in every other game. I think that's an interesting take. Shadow and Alchemy sounds like Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, Chris said that. Yeah. Well, I think that's his name, Chris Sakowski. I can never quite remember his name very well, unfortunately. Give you the idea. Boom. You don't have to pay me. Appreciate it, Prodigal. Oh, man. I'm too scared to make a... So, okay, I believe you meant too scared, but I'm going to choose to say you meant you're too sacred to make a horror game. You are holier than thou. You are unapproachable with the awfulness of horror. Welcome in, two nerdy nerds. Good to see ya. Roadmap. I'm learning more and more that the gameplay section of the game jam needs to be as itty-bitty tiny-weeny as possible. So I'm going to try and have all of the core gameplay mechanics done by the 21st. And then take a full week to do tutorials, UI, making everything learnable and playable. One quick second. Okay. Let's see. Hey, I'm a huge wuss, and I made a horror game for the Fox Hollow Games. You've made kind of like 2 horror games, Alex. Very cool ones. It's possible if you make someone else play test it. Turn the light on in the game while you make them and turn them off when someone else tests it. Genuinely, I did see someone talk about that in Reddit once. Someone said, I'm making a horror game, and now that there's a monster in it, I'm too scared to play test it. And so there were a lot of thoughts around, like, here's how you can make a debug mode to make it so you can actually do this. Hey, Dan Garep, good to see ya. How is, oh, darn it, what's the name? The name, I know, hold on. Hey, chill. It's, Redemption. How's Redemption going? To make alchemical shadowy games. That's the idea. Call it Full Shadow Alchemist. Now you have the name, the genre, and the theme, genre, and name. I love it. Can I keep giving you ideas? You need to think for yourself. Oh, shoot, that's funny. That's exactly how you did it. That's amazing, Alex. Cool, love it. Timmy, good progress. Came to the rescue with great ideas. Lovely, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. That's awesome. Okay, so I want to get the core gameplay done by the end of day Monday, the 21st. And then I want to spend a full week on refining, getting UI, getting balance, bug hunting, a full week for that. And then another like 4 or 5 days on visuals, VFX, audio, getting everything feeling really cool. That's the hope. Saving the channel points so I can ask you to play it in the future? Absolutely, Dan, yeah. All those are turned off right now. But after the awards ceremony for Fox Holo Jam 2, which is on Friday, then we're going to turn that back on. And so I'm sure there will be a flood of analysis requests. We've had a lot of people saying, wait, why'd you turn this off? Oh, shoot. Cool. So that's the plan. I've been going through and looking at, like, what are the things that I've done recently in Godot that I know, yeah, I can do this pretty darn fast. We've got, just buttons. Just do buttons. Timers have gotten pretty good. I can do random number generation, spawning and deleting instances in. I can do turns. I can do basic movement. Things I know I can't do quickly. I can't do advanced movement. If we start getting into, like, dashing or sliding and wall jumping and all sorts of wild, wacky stuff, that stuff I just don't have experience in. I can't do it quickly. Making a huge amount of content is not... I haven't figured out how to make a system that allows me to iterate quickly enough on that yet. I can spin stuff up. Like with Moon Hollow, I could start spinning up cards somewhat quickly, but there was a lot of efficiencies that need to be rebuilt in order to make that really good, and I'm not quite figuring that out yet. Shaders, I'm like figuring out, but I can't do them quickly. I can't do complex AI, click and drag, don't at me, grid-based, anything interactive. All these fun things. Love coming up with game ideas. You have an entire chat that could help you, not me though. I don't know what Godot is. Mothman, good to see you. Welcome in. How's the rest time? Now that you're done with Fallen, how you doing? There's some things I definitely want to learn in this jam. I want to learn actual lighting. Right now I've been doing kind of manual fake lighting. I'd like to try out actual lighting. The theme of shadows I think is going to really make that easy. A good excuse to learn lighting and raycasting, all that sort of stuff. I want to figure out combo ability building. This is like Genome Guardian. If you're unaware of Genome Guardian, it's pretty rad. It is this really cool game where you are a turret and you build your abilities of the turret over here with like different genomes. So there's a whole bunch of turrets and everything. That's all cool. I don't want to worry about that. But the core of it is this. You have 4 basic weapon types: submachine, pistol, shotgun, and bomb. And then you can combine them into different combinations of up to 4 things, depending on your turret. And it dramatically changes how things interact. So this is like a fully upgraded pistol, or a 3 pistol out of 4 is a laser. 2 bombs is a bazooka. It starts getting crazy. You see we have mini nukes, spread shot, but wait for it. It's going to get even more crazy as now you can see we now have a Stardust mortar. We have a submachine gun, 2 shotguns, and a bomb is a Stardust mortar. And you start getting these wild, cool, ridiculous ideas. And I want to explore that concept of allowing the player to kind of build their own unique, cool stuff. I spent the last half dozen games preparing to make a grid-based tactics game. The time has come! Alarm Blossom! I'm so excited! How was the launch of Chill Seekers, by the way? How'd that go? I can't wait to hear progress on your tactics game. I've been really looking forward to that. Can enter lurk mode and keep earning them sweet materia bubbles, sphere points. All right. Take care, Prodigal. Wonderful to have ya. All right. So that's something I want to try out. I want to try building some sort of Genome Guardian type system, and I want to make an action gameplay. I've been doing kind of turn-based systems for the past, 8 billion game jams. I'd like to do something that's a little more action-y this time around. Hey, Blades, good to see ya. Really like the idea of Genome. Reminds me of Borderlands guns, which I can see that, yeah. So I really want to do something similar to that. I had an early concept of a snake game where, you have your snake going by and here's your snake head. And then each different thing you pick up is a different node in the chain that is like, plus 10% fire rate and etc., right? And then you'd have like big ones you could get, and this is your, spikes. And now, because you have that node, then all of these nodes have spikes on them. And then you can have another node down here, and this is a bullet node. And so now all of the spikes are bullets, and they start shooting out from the body. And then you can get a laser node. And then all of your spikes that you're shooting out also blast out lasers from them. It's a cool idea. I want to explore it. I don't know that it necessarily fits this theme, though. So I'm going to probably pass on this for now. As excited as I am about the idea. Working on school. Going to try to finish this class. Ooh, very exciting, Blades. What class are you finishing up? Because I know you wrapped up your Git class a long time ago. So where are you at right now? What are you working on? New jam, Agent. Yes, this is the Pirate Software jam. Pirate Software Jam 15. You can massage this into Alchemy theme. Yes, I think the Alchemy theme could apply. And that's what I'm looking at for the alchemy side of things. Is alchemy is kind of like the player's interaction, and then the shadows are the enemies or the world that you're interacting with. Something, I don't know. Those are early thoughts. So what I want to do today is I want to get a bunch of like mood board inspiration of what are a bunch of different things about alchemy and a bunch of things about shadows, and kind of let my brain marinate on all that. I started a half an hour ago. IT Leadership Foundations, they had me take a Clifton Strength Assessment. Oh, okay, cool. So you started it a half hour ago and you're going to finish the class today? That sounds like not a very intense class, my friend. Wow. Okay. I'm going to go to Pinterest. And I'm going to look up alchemy. This is going to be a white theme. This is going to be a flashbang. You're going to want to shield your eyes. Well, I don't know. Would Google image search be just fine? Google image would probably be just fine. All right. So let's grab this. We're going to grab... Oh, I love this idea. This looks so cool. Cooking up creatures. Yes, that is so my jam. And it's it would fit this like combo idea so well. One idea I had was, mixing elements together to create a Pokemon that you then blasts out and starts murdering folks. The symbols, you gotta have the symbols, right? I mean, that is a core thing when you think of alchemy. It's this periodic table of elements. We got crazy old people living in the woods. Yeah, explosions. That's a good one. Mystical, eldritch sort of encounters. Let's see, what else? Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good inspiration. I like that. That'd be a really cool UI for something. If you could turn that into a UI for something, that'd be super cool. Who's the face on the top right corner of the stream? That is Thor of Pirate Software. So he's the one who is running the Pirate Software Jam. Let's see, what else can we think of with alchemy? Ooh, this is kind of interesting. Oh, I like this too. Alchemy does kind of go a little hand in hand with secret societies. So that could be a thing, right? I want to expand this out so we can actually see some of the details. Yeah, just like nonsense everywhere. Pure symbology with no regard to anything else. Let's see. Oh, this is kind of cool. Like a wheel sort of thing? Okay, I like that idea. That could be a cool interaction method. Like you spin the wheel and it gives you a set of elements or something. That could be kind of interesting. This is kind of cool, too. I like this. Let's see. What else with alchemy? I kind of like this, of like putting this really heavy emphasis on the equipment of an alchemist. Elden Ring's world and lore are heavily inspired on alchemy symbolism. I guess I can see that. I don't know that I buy it. I'd be more willing to buy that it's a coincidence, but I could see it. It wouldn't surprise me if it were true, but I wouldn't be ready to jump into it without any sort of leaning in that regard. Like a statement from the creators or something. I guess you do have those, like, flasks that you can create. That's kind of alchemy. This is kind of interesting, too. Like a alchemical abomination sort of thing. That'd be fun. Okay. So those are some ideas for alchemy. Let's go to shadows. And I don't really know what I'm looking for here. Oh, that's kind of spooky, though. I guess I'm just looking for any sort of, anything that stands out to me that's a striking image or that's evocative. That's kind of cool. Let's go ahead and do that. I like that idea. That's pretty cool. You know what? That's kind of cool too. That could be kind of fun to like line up shapes to create a silhouette as a puzzle game, and you're trying to make an explosion that leaves a shadow in the shape of something. That could be kind of cute. Oh, we got ads. We'll be right back. We're gonna jump into ads. We'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you all. All right, welcome back. I saw this image right as we were coming back, and I thought that's really interesting. How maybe that idea of the creature that you build is also going to create the shadows in the world, and that is something you need to deal with. I like that idea from one of our Game Jam submissions. Which was it? Where like you, oh yeah, it was Dice and Dinos. It was Simon's idea. You roll the dice, and then there's a chance of getting a power-up as well as a negative thing. And I thought that was an interesting concept. I'd like to maybe explore that a little bit more. This is kind of interesting. This is making me think like maybe shadows get cast, and the shadows are things that you interact with someone, whether they are a platform you can now walk across, or they are danger, floor is lava type sort of thing. You have to avoid monsters' shadows. I don't know. Kind of interesting, though. could be interesting too, like seeing a shadow of something that isn't there, right? Where you see one thing, but its shadow is a different thing. You have to alchemically make an explosion that will reveal the truth, right? That could be kind of fun. Alchemy is just basically magic at that point, but what's new? Assassin's Creed is bringing in dogs? Oh boy. Shadows at scale is kind of interesting. And I think this is maybe where we can start branching out. You know, we've got like vampires, what we do in the shadows. We've got shadow organization, right? Could be fun. Kind of goes into what we were looking at over here of where was the shadow organization? Ooh, it was somewhere. Maybe this one? I don't know. Conspiracy sort of stuff? I don't know. You've got it all wrong. Shadows and Alchemy is quite clearly the name of two hackers from the 90s. I love that. Agent, thanks for the lurk. Blades, hope your class goes well. Oh, that's hilarious. That is so funny. Tiny Devil. Oh, that's great. Oh, that is so funny. That's kind of an interesting aesthetic. Kind of a Returnal, or not Returnal. It's in the Alan Wake universe. It's the one with the redheaded gal. I can't remember the name, but yeah, I think you know what it is. So they have to stay out of the sun and hide in the shadows. Yeah, what we do in the shadows. You could even do satirical vampires like what they did. What else could be shadow? Oh my gosh. You could also take the opposite of shadow, right? And say, like, you can't have a shadow without a sun, right? You need something intensely bright to cast shadows. To cast the light that is the shadow, right? So you need, like, light sources. We could do torches as a light source. What else? What else in regards to shadows? I've kind of had this image of, like, eyes in the dark, right? Sort of an idea. Yeah, I mean, that's nice and spooky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign each of these a number. We're going to start top to bottom, left to right on each of these, and I'm going to roll some dice. We're going to roll dice, and we're going to see what we land on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I'm going to open Godot. This is going to be our first code that we write. Makeup eyeshadow. Hey, honestly, K-Head out, I think that's totally valid. Eyeshadow. I think that's a totally valid representation. And then as well, my wife brought up baking for alchemy. Her initial idea was you are a group of bad guys in a bake-off competition. And I thought that was hilarious. I just have no idea what the gameplay would be. But it sounded really cool. Okay, I'm going to make a new quick project here. New folder. This is going to be Pirate Jam 15. Select. Create. Oh, wait, no. Because this is a dev build of Godot. It's time to download Godot 4.3 Beta 3 on this machine. There we go. Download Godot 4.3 Beta 3. Okay. Okay. There we go. Good, and our capture source still works even. Lovely. Okay. First lines of code we're writing here today. Random number. We're gonna add a script. This is just gonna be on ready. Print. And what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I rand range. Or rand I range? Yeah, rand I range. From 1 to, what? Count again. 7, 10, 14. Okay. That's it. That's all I need. We're going to do that twice. A pirate fox! Yes, give me Jack Sparrow, Uwu First Soda. Pros, welcome in. Great to have you. Now, we just generated 1 twice. I just want to... Okay, yeah. So, 1 and 1. This is what I'm doing here. I am grabbing 1 and 1 here, smushing them together. And then we had 5 and 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3. Gonna run it again. 5 and 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Run it again. 4 and 3. 4 and 3. Man, definitely getting some trends here. Shadow also means to follow and observe. Could be something in there. That's a good point, Tiny Devil. That's a very good point. One and 7. 6, 7. Man, we are getting a lot of repeats here. 11 and 13. Finally, we're breaking the mold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Best of luck on the Pirate Jam. Thanks so much, Solar. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I had a good time with your typing game. I don't remember the name of it, unfortunately, but I played it all the way through. It was a lot of fun. What's the theme of the jam? The theme of the jam is alchemy and shadows. Is it shadows or shadow? Shadow. Singular. Shadow. So, thanks for playing. You're very welcome. Thanks for building something cool. So let's take a look at these kind of pairings and see if anything is calling out. This could be, okay, this could be kind of cool. An idea here could be, silhouette of a monster that you alchemize into reality. Kind of like, guess that Pokemon the game. All right, how do you spell silhouette? There we go. What is going on here? There we go. Guess that Pokemon the game. Okay, could do that. And you know what? I'm getting an idea here. I was trying to think of like what would actually be interesting about that game. How would that come across? Maybe the shadow of the monster is fighting you. Must collect correct alchemical reagents to synthesize it. That could be kind of fun. While it's like chasing you down and hounding you, that could be fun. Maybe a grog smuggler tycoon. 2 phases, you create a grog recipe, then sell it in a small shipwreck, aka a tiny store. That sounds pretty fun. My wife's original idea was an evil bake-off competition. So like shadow organization and alchemy. What is this inspiring? We have kind of old person in the woods combined with shadows mattering. Blasted yourself into the shadow realm. Can only move in shadows. Gather your equipment to return. You need to leverage alchemy in this too, like potions as abilities or something, right? That could be kind of fun. I feel like... Oh, that's right, yeah. Someone made a alchemy-based puzzle platformer for the Jackie Codes game jam that I believe they've further developed and released a Steam page for. So our game jam coming up, Zymion, it started today. This morning. For me. The themes are shadow and alchemy. Oh gosh, where are they? There we go. Shadow and alchemy. So what I've been doing here is I've kind of mapped out what are the things that I know I can do fast, I can't do fast, what I want to learn this jam, what is my roadmap before going into this, so I can pick concepts that are going to align with the resource constraints I have. We've been gathering a bunch of like mood board ideas and then doing random generated pairs of them to see what game ideas kind of crop up. So welcome in, Zymion. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. This could be combine shapes of alchemical runes to make shadows. Shadow puppet alchemy, basically. You present a whole Skyrim mod based on alchemy potion and stealth. You sell it as a 4A. Oh, it is shadows, plural. Okay, thank you, Tiny Devil. Appreciate that. Thank you. I will amend that here. That's good. Okay. I clearly need to start keeping better tabs on game jams. Well, I mean, this is a big one. This is a really big one that... You know, this has got thousands of people that are in it right now. What are we at? Yeah, 14.3 thousand. 10 entries so far. But a bunch of these are like fake. You know, they just submit these to jams that have a big following to get eyes on it, which I guess is like a cool marketing idea, but also wildly unethical in my opinion. As I said, I clearly need to start following along more game jams. Sure, yeah. Have you done many game jams, Zymion? The thing that I found interesting about that chess image was that idea like of scale. Create a monster with the biggest shadow? That's kind of like just be the biggest monster. If I had 3D, position light to make biggest shadow possible, that could be kind of fun, but I don't really want to dive into 3D as well as all this other stuff when I'm trying to get something really high polish. You've done 4 so far, 1 this year. That's awesome, Zymion. Very cool. I think this is going to be my, what? How many jams have I done? It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this will be my 6th. My 6th that I've done. Bros, you almost made me spit all over my microphone. That's hilarious. I love it. Yeah, Zymion, I'm a big fan of game jams. They really work for my brain. They force me into focus mode and constraints where I learn a bunch. It's very helpful for me. So, is this a 2-week game jam? Yes, this is a 2-week game jam. It's gonna run for another 13 days, 19 hours. And by the way, if anyone's curious, that's the link. So, all right. What would this one be? The idea of scale of shadows combined with, like, magic, essentially, right? Climb? We could do, like, a Shadow of the Colossus thing, right? Climb the shadows, blast them with alchemical light. World of Darkness. Ooh, that could be kind of fun. And you have to climb, like the whole level is climbing up a giant creature and finding different points to, you know, throw the photon torpedo into the into the ventilation system. I've only ever done weekend jams before, never done a longer jam. Cool, Zymion, yeah, right on. Weekend jams are great. We just ran the Fox Hollow Jam, and we had 2 different tracks because people tend to like different things, right? So we had one track that was like 9 days and another track that was 3 days for the Gauntlet. And a lot of people joined explicitly for the Gauntlet. That was kind of eye-opening for me. So now this one is definitely more spooktastic. I love this image. It is so evocative, but I'm trying to figure out what this thing would represent, you know? Did you see Arcane? Maybe a Quimtech Golem to beat. I watched like one episode of Arcane, and then I stopped watching, and I said, Wife Quest, we need to go watch this. Like right now, it is super cool. And we said, yes, let's put it on the list, and we never watched it. But I'm familiar with League of Legends. Let's see. The thing that I keep getting drawn into on this one is like this idea of like blasting, right? Ray blasts going in. So, casting rays of light to prevent monsters in the dark from approaching. Ooh, this could be spooky. Eyes are visible in the dark, but when light is cast, nothing is visible. Monsters are kicked out of the dimension, right? And eyes constantly move towards the player. Game is finding and lighting light sources to keep monsters away. We could do it as a Vampire Survivors like. It could be a puzzle game. There's a lot of different directions something like this could go in. I'm terrified that the Pirate Game Jam has prizes. Why is that? Why is that, Zymion? Why does that terrify you? Then we have this explosions with silhouettes. Silhouettes are physical objects blocking access to parts of the world. Player must blast them away using alchemical light. Could be fun. I always want to spell that with 2 L's. I do not want people to look at my Game Jam games. Why is that? You don't want people to look at your Game Jam games. I want to look at your Game Jam games. Have you seen the Game Jam games I've made? They're buggy. They're... Check this one out. I made this one for Captain Coders. Learn you a Game Jam. Check this out, Zymion. It doesn't have any audio. Look, this is the main menu. Look at this. This is the game. And it was very fun. And I'm glad I did it. But, and I learned a lot. But this is not a great game. Right? This ain't all that great. Even the one that I spent a ton of time on, I took it from this one for the Gauntlet version. From the Gauntlet version to, so this was what I originally submitted for my Game Jam. And then this is what I submitted with the full time length available and everything. And external art assets allowed and everything. brought this in, and I was so proud of this. I thought, man, I did such a good job. There's like a lot of jank in it. Like the font is so weird and everything. But man, is this like really cool. I really like this. One of the judges gave it a 2 out of 10 on polish because it's so buggy. And some of the artwork, like almost all of the artwork is black and white, but then there's like this one that's colored. He's like, dude, the balance is awful. It's so buggy. It's terrible. Yeah, I got a 2, Jack. 2 out of 10. So, you know, build what seems fun. I built this for Jackie Code's Game Jam. Super simple and not all that impressive, where you just click and drag these boxes away and you're trying to get the dwarf onto the ground. Oh no, the dwarf landed, he died. I mean, I can understand that. I can understand where you're coming from, Zymion. But also keep in mind, even though all of those games that I made were like super jank and really ugly, people had a good time with them. And I'm glad to have given some amount of good time to people. And maybe hopefully they learned something, either that they're like, ooh, maybe I can do that for my next game, or they thought, ooh, I should learn not to do that for my next game. What are the results coming out? Jack, we put the announcement in Discord. It is going to be on Friday at an hour in the past from now. Simon, thank you so much for the follow. So, if you go into Discord, we've got the timestamps there. It's going to be at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern. I think it's 5 p.m. UTC. Anyways, we got the relative timestamp going on in Discord over there. I have 11. Good to see you on YouTube. How are you doing? These are much nicer than what I have made? That's fine, Zymion. Also, that's totally subjective. That may not actually be true. You are always going to be your worst critic. But, you know, it's always up to you. I just think it's a shame to create something and then to deprive the world of being able to see it. Even if it's not good, because even if it's not good, people still can appreciate that and learn from it. So, that's just my 2 cents. Everyone has their own path through life. You're figuring out what you do. I'm just coming at it from my perspective. So, are any of these, like, really exciting? This one is kind of interesting, but not really feeling it. The Guess That Pokemon, the game. It's kind of a backup for me. I think scope-wise, it would be fairly simple, because you would just, like, click the symbols that you think would create this type of a monster. It's not much of a game. I was just looking at the jam description. How's the sample brief GDD 10 pages? My GDD was 10 lines long. Well, GDDs are supposed to describe what it is that you're trying to build. Prodigal. We're out of hats. We're out of hats. They're public because I had to write reports on them for university credit. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. All right. All right. There we go. There we go. That's the end of the hats. That's why you have so many hats. Yes. It's all Prodigal's fault. This is not a fashion statement. This is at the behest of my... at the people who enjoy distracting and torturing me. Can only move in shadows, I think is kind of fun and interesting. We can use the potions as abilities to hook into the combo ability building. It does get that action gameplay and the lighting and everything. I think that's kind of interesting. I'm gonna bring this one up as one of the final pass-throughs. Wasn't questioning it because you know game devs. It is 100% a fashion statement too. It's a fashion statement. The statement is, look what happens when you let people control how you dress. Combine shapes of alchemical runes to make shadows. Shadow puppet alchemy. I don't know. I'm not really feeling that one. Create a monster with the biggest shadow. I like that idea of creating a monster, but this is not the right idea. Fabulous. I kind of like this idea, too, of the Shadow of the Colossus, like, climb the shadow monster and then blast it with light in correct places. That could be really fun and interesting from, like, a level design perspective. What is this thing you're using to brainstorm? This is called Fig Jam. It's a part of Figma. Figma. It's really common. It's kind of an industry standard for UX and product designers right now for building UIs in Figma. And then Fig Jam is their digital whiteboarding service that they have. And I really like it. In fact, I have all of my whiteboard stuff in here from all my different games, all my brainstorms of algorithms, trying to figure out what to do. We've got, you know, this was back in January. We did a full run through an analysis of Thomas Was Alone. I have all my notes on that, on how they kind of manipulate your emotions and plan their levels out super cleverly and use their visual aesthetics. Oh my gosh, Thomas Was Alone is such a great game. Such a freaking great game. Yeah. So, it's a really cool tool. I really like it. Big fan. Big fan of Fig Jam. Yeah. I like this idea too. Kind of a Vampire Survivors like, but where you don't necessarily kill the monsters, you're just kind of making more and more light, trying to keep them away. And then this just feels a little completely underbaked. I don't really know where to go with this, so I think we'll pass on that. So we have 3 main contenders. We're about to go into ads. Never mind what, Lemon? Never mind to Yar? Yar! And we're gonna go into ads. We'll be right back after the ads. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, welcome back. I have not seen Shim, no. And Lemon, yeah, I'm not totally sure which message you're referring to. The only one I got was Yar, which I thought I said hello about. This looks cool, though. Game about jumping from shadow to shadow in a relaxing and lively environment. Oh, you're like a little froggy? That's cute. Takes elements of light, shadow, and animation and adds them directly to the gameplay, delivering an experience that you will only find in Shim. Wait, release date July 18th? Tomorrow? Well, that's fortuitous timing for them. So impressed by your ability to come up with game ideas. Well, thank you, Zymion. You know, it's something that comes easier to some people and harder to others. A lot of things don't come easily to me about game dev, but I am a product designer. I've been a product designer for over a decade. So the design side is a little bit more what I'm experienced with. You didn't send some message? Weird. Yeah, it's weird, Lemon. Yeah, no, I'm sure they're, like, incredibly excited after today with the amount of people that are going to be, like, searching for shadow games or the amount of opportunities this presents for their marketing team to be able to send out to, like, Twitter and stuff of, hey, if you're looking for inspiration for the Pirate Jam, come check out our game. Oh, man, I'm terrible at coming up with ideas since I dislike almost all my Game Jam projects because I'm the token coder for a team that didn't have one. Oh, yeah, that happens. That definitely happens. Group projects are tough, and group projects in school are particularly tough, so I understand. You have an idea, Lemon? I want to hear it. What's your idea? Spill the beans. So, I mean, this is obviously something that I would not be able to execute on. This is way more than I would ever be able to do at the current point that I am at. But can I do it in a 2D sense? It'd be kind of fun. Like, I have this vision in my head of, like, giant monsters. Like, you have been shrunk down and you're in the shadows, right? And now there are giant monsters, like, walking around your cabin in the woods and casting shadows. Almost like a Tale of Two Brothers type sort of experience. That's way far past what I'd be able to do. But it is kind of interesting. What I'd probably be looking at more is Shadowlands from Bluey. You know, how they kind of rendered this out there, where you have spots that you could walk into, do a platformer. I guess you need some sort of isometric view or a top-down view. Because a fully sideways view is not going to be the best for that. Which always better ideation as well. Yeah, I mean, it's something that comes with time. And it's, you know, such a big part of my job has been ideation and workshopping and helping teams come up with really cool ideas and overcoming creative blocks. So, we IDing? Yeah, Queen Anne. Hey, Tom, good to see you. Thanks so much. Bluey is the best kids show. Bluey is one of the best shows ever. Genuinely. It is incredibly well done on an incredible amount of levels. Perchance the game could be a short and sweet survival horror game where the monsters can only survive in the darkness and you have to use alchemy to keep your lamp alight. Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at over here for this, right? Either a Vampire Survivors-like or a puzzle game type sort of experience where you're needing to dart between different light sources and you can see the monsters coming in, those lights, the eyes coming in. One big struggle I have is I don't know how to do lighting in Godot. I've never done lighting in a game, like dynamic lighting. I've done shaders, but I've never done dynamic lighting. I haven't played around with the lighting nodes or anything. So I don't know what I can and can't hook into. I don't know if there is a way to determine if something is being hit by light or not. I don't know. That's all stuff I gotta figure out. Kara says, yes. My thoughts were along the lines of you play an Alchemist Shadow, familiar, and are tasked with collecting ingredients, using similar movement restrictions like Shim. That's cool. That's super cute. That's super cute. I like that idea. My favorite game I've made was my last Game Jam. Since I was the sole coder on it, I got to have a say with the gameplay loop. Since it was limited, what I could do solo code in a weekend. Yeah, nice, Simeon. I know a lot of people really prefer doing Game Jam solo. I did my first Game Jam as a team, and it was a really cool experience, but I also learned, oh my gosh, I need to be way better at providing direction and understanding scope and how to, like, when we say we're going to have a card system, what does that mean? So I've been doing a lot of Game Jams since then to level up my own skills. This is my last jam I'm going to do solo. Next jam that I do, it's going to be in Unreal, and I'm going to have a team. I'm really excited about that. Lights are generally a lower barrier of entry than shaders. Really, Zaft? Okay, cool. Very cool. I like all 3 of these ideas. I'm not going to lie. I think they're all really cool ideas. Oh, what do I pick? Clear hats, Memphis. Thank you. The Witch King is slain. We need like I need to do a lot more overlay building after all this. Oh. My goodness. Hello, Memphis. Good to see ya. I've done all jams and teams, but I had my friend basically just make art assets and come up with the game idea. Nice. Nice. Chat vote? Maybe. I'd love to have an idea/vision person on my jam team. Well, Tom, the weird thing is they're pretty abundant. But the problem is it's really easy to come with ideas. It's very hard to then translate those ideas into designs, right? Torn between that or something like the Night Cage. I'm unfamiliar with the Night Cage. Well, Tom, Zymian, maybe next time, next jam that we all decide we want to do together, maybe we jump in. Jump in together, and I will be the ideas guide. I'll be like, listen, we got the coolest idea. Totally too slow for a jam. I hear that, Memphis. I hear ya. It's a board game. I saw that. Yeah. My very first game jam had 8 people, and it's 8 people on a team. That's a lot. Prodigal. Oh, goodness, the bait. The bait. We had 3 coders. Wow. I mean, if people know how to, like, work together... Mothman! If people know how to work together and, like, there's really good Git version control and a really good product person to manage, you know, what everyone is working on, that gives you a lot of power, right? You can do a lot with 3 coders. Sorcery Story with the raid! Hello, friend! How are you today? Welcome in! How was the project? You know, I don't actually know your game's name. Does it have a name, Sorcery? For those who don't follow Sorcery Story, definitely go follow Sorcery Story. She is making an incredible base-building RPG Civ wild cool thing, and is a much better coder than I am. So go check out Sorcery Story. Go give her a follow and hang out. The eponymous Beegs hangs out in her chat a lot, and you get to observe people making fun of each other a lot, while Sorcery just stands there and is like so nice and kind to everyone, and then people tear into each other. She's just like, ah, you're all great. I love hanging out in Sorcery Story streams. Fox Hollow, listen here. We make an MMO JRPG with a branching story and 10 endings. The jam is 48 hours. Fine, 8 endings then. Love it. Love it. Oh, man. I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for the meddling hat clearers. The name of the game is Romans, Stop Stealing Our Oranges. That's amazing. Captain Fubar, good to see you. Welcome in. I don't know if it's the final one, but right now it's Salve Viriathi. Latin for Hail Viriathis. Okay, cool. I'm going to add that to my sheet. I have a spreadsheet that I keep everyone's projects in. I'm going to add that in now. Does it have a Steam page yet, Sorcery? Because I know, like, you're kind of getting somewhat close, right? You've been kind of just refining and you're trying to push for a build soon, aren't you? Am I wrong on that? Those pesky Romans. What have the Romans ever done for us? Aqueducts. Not going to enter this jam so my ideas are free to be used by anyone. Having a spreadsheet for people's projects is so sweet. Well, I mean, I really want to remember everyone's projects, but I have a terrible memory. So if I write it down, then I can, like, look at it and I can remember it as well as I want to. So thank you so much for the shout out. Of course, Sorcery. Of course, of course. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone that's in here is already following you. But if you're not, amend the mistake immediately. Giving us numerals. Yeah, Captain Fubar, we just wrapped up the Fox Hollow Jam. We just finished playing all the submissions yesterday. So we're going to have our awards ceremony on Friday, which is very exciting. We're very excited about doing that. Let's see here. A way the first idea of mine could work is if it was 2D and the lamp is a lighthouse, in which you have to use insert alchemy thing to keep a light. Very cool, Lemon. I like that. Secondary idea is that you're an alchemist on a pirate ship and you have to make a cure for their different related illnesses. That's cute. That would be fun. The best recipes can also be found at Sorcery Stream. A ceremony, how fancy. Will there be cake? Ooh, there should be cake. We should have a virtual potluck where everyone brings something to enjoy while doing the award ceremony. That'd be cute. You could share out what everybody has made and make a little virtual buffet table. That'd be cute. That'd be super cute. People love talking about food over there. Amazing. If you don't know Sorcery Story, you're not as happy in your life as you could be. Preach. Absolutely true, two nerdy nerds. 100%. Yeah, Sorcery Story, feel free to raid and run. But thanks for hanging out, and we'd love to hear kind of how things went today. I don't know if you updated us on what you got done today, but in any case, welcome in. Thank you so much for coming in. Thank you all of the raiders for coming over with Sorcery and hanging out. It's a pleasure to have you all here while I noodle over 3 different really cool game ideas that I want to build all of them, and I need to figure out what is the best one to build. Mothman! Instantly banned. Gone forever. We'll never hear from Mothman Centaur again. So let's think about this. I am giving myself 4 days to do the mechanics because I don't work on Sundays. So I have today, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is maybe, and then Monday. What can I reasonably do within that time? Went well, still reworking the UI. Very cool. It's progressing quite well now that I know how I want to set it. Oh, awesome. That's great, Sorcery. Congrats. That's a huge deal. When you get that kind of presentation layer figured out and you're cruising along in the systems, it starts to... I imagine it's very rewarding and fulfilling, right? To start seeing it feel like a more cohesive, complete experience. I got in late. What are the 3 ideas from the top? 2 nerdy nerds, you're all banned. All 3 of you, you're all banned. I will not hesitate to ban the most incredible people on the channel in the name of getting rid of pineapple on pizza. This is a crusade I'm willing to sacrifice on. So the first idea is you have blasted yourself into the Shadow Realm, and you can only move in shadows. You have to gather your equipment to return, and then you have kind of the stuff that was on your belt that you can use to combine your ingredients into different potions that give you different abilities, because that's something I really want to do, of combo ability building, kind of like Genome Guardian style, where you can say combine pistol and a shotgun, and now you have a shotgun that shoots in a tighter thing, right? Combine a bomb and a shotgun, and now you have pellets that shoot out and explode. I really love that concept. I want to explore that, and that would help me do that here. The game is very heavy on UI, and I want it to be robust before I add to it and then regret my life decisions later. I hear you, Sorcery. Yeah, I mean, I'm a UX UI product designer with 10 decades of experience. So you are preaching to the choir, my friend. Preaching to the choir, absolutely. We only support kiwi and spiders on our pizza here. Candied scorpions. I have a Lemon on YouTube asks, "Hey Sorcery, could you tell me what the game name is? It sounds cool." So Lemon, let me try and find the stream here for Sorcery Story. Sorcery, there's not a Steam page for it yet, right? There's no place to like view the development outside of the Twitch stream. Have you ever taken part in global game jams? Curious if it's quite as common as my Unity makes it seem, as we have a hub every year. I mean, this is a global game jam. Yeah, I mean, most game jams kind of are global. You know, this was Pirate Software 14. This was my game jam, which was global. Fox Hollow Jam 1. This was Jackie Code's game jam. This was Captain Coder's Learn You a game jam. And then we're back to Pirate Software. And none of these were locked geographically. 10 decades. 10 decades I'm on. Yeah, 10 decades. Any resource gathering, herbs, etc. for consumables. Could be Fubar. Not yet on Steam. Okay, yeah. So Sorcery Story's Twitch channel is the best place you can go to follow and check it out. I do still have the first test build, but I haven't done any others yet. Okay, cool. So yeah, Lemon, if you want to go follow Sorcery Story's development, go follow her on Twitch. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Global Game Jam is a specific game jam that happens in January. Okay, I didn't know you were referring to Global Game Jam. I have not done Global Game Jam, but it is a huge event. It's a huge event that I will probably be participating in at some point. Never done like Ludum Dare or anything, right? I haven't done any of those larger things. Pirate Software is my first introduction into, frankly, game dev, but game jams as well. Been part of it quite a few times. It's fun. Now I only have eyes for my long-term project, but I do want to do some jams at some point. Nice, Sorcery. Yeah, there you go. Okay, right. Sorry, we were recapping our game ideas. So that was the first one where, like, you're jumping between shadows. Shadows are the space you can be in. We have another idea of Shadow of the Colossus, where you, like, very literally. So there are these massive shadow monsters roaming the land, and we're in a sort of limbo-style 2D, climb up the giant monsters, treat each monster as a level, throw in a potion blast at certain points to take the monster down, right? That'd be kind of fun. It would be a little hard to do that whole combining of abilities thing, but the level design and everything would also be intriguing and something that I haven't really done before in jams. I've really mostly just been doing, you know, roguelike, turn-based, fighting back and forth. Badang TV, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you. Yeah. Don't let me derail you. Keep doing your thing. No worries, Sorcery Story. Hey, Sorcery. I've derailed you plenty of times in your stream. We're even. We're good. Don't worry about it. It's fun. I've taken part of the last 2 years, and the rest of my jams have been very small local ones. Really want to do some more game jams, though. Game jams have been really helpful for me. As someone who does not have a coding background, at least not much. I took a couple of classes. I've done a couple of really small projects when I was a teenager, like making Battleship in C++, you know, stuff like that. But they've been very helpful for me to focus in. I have major ADHD. Like, that's not just me going, oh, like, I'm so particular. No, like, I literally am diagnosed. I'm on medication. So it helps me, that tight timeline, an event that I'm cruising through with everyone. It's really helpful for my brain. And I learn just so much in game jams. They're wildly helpful for me. What if the game is about getting derailed? Win-win. You know what? That'd be funny. That'd be very funny, Too Nerdy Nerds. You should go make that. Once you finish Super Cat Cafe, I expect you guys to make that game. By the way, if no one's following Too Nerdy Nerds, the game community is so small on Twitch. I kind of just assume everyone is following all the people that I am also following. But definitely go follow Too Nerdy Nerds. They're building Super Cat Cafe. There is a Steam page for this one, which we can show off here. They are building their first commercial project, and it's just this super cute little cozy game. It's very cute. And it's wonderful. Definitely go follow Too Nerdy Nerds. They do all sorts of cool stuff, very active in the community, and they do great work. Go follow them. Found them on the previous Pirate Software Jam, actually, on their science experiment jam of curing zombieisms. That was a fun one. Next Prodigy, a fellow Pyro Jammer, of course. Welcome in, Next. Good to have you. Welcome in. Yeah, Sorcery. Shadows and Alchemy. Yeah. Deadlines really help you as well, for sure. Yeah. Follow Too Nerdy Nerds right now. They're also open for emote commissions, if any of you are streamers and looking for emotes. Slowly tipping my toe into this community. Sure. Next Prodigy, thank you so much for that follow and getting us to the Twitch-generated goal of 610. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Are you, what are you building for the jam? Do you have an idea yet? Are you starting to work on it? Are you solo? Are you a team? I want to hear all the deets. And this last idea is there's darkness all around you, and you see eyes in the darkness that are moving towards you. And as soon as you turn a light on, it will kind of banish the monster, right? So that's kind of the core mechanic. I don't know if it would be a Vampire Survivors-like that's about getting lights up and running, or a puzzle game. I love the idea of this. I really love the idea of it, but I'm struggling to see how I would do this part, this combo ability building. I really, really want to try that out this time around. Hydrate, Indie Maniac. Good to see ya, Indy. How you doing? Appreciate the lurk. Hope you're doing well. Hydrate before I alert. Okay, all right. I hydrated. Know if you're following Indie Maniac as well, especially if you're a game developer and you're looking for people that play a lot of indies, follow Indie Maniac. Indie Maniac is constantly streaming bizarre, obscure indies and having a great time. So definitely go follow Indie Maniac as well. For this jam, I committed with finishing an RPG Maker game. I started more projects than I can count. This time I'll finish one. Very exciting, Prodigy. Very exciting. Can't wait to see it. You know, that was one of the top submissions for the Pirate Software Jam in terms of popularity. Was an RPG Maker game for January's jam. So it sounds great. Very excited. My brain goes to mixing light levels and colors. Not sure how the shadows get in there, though. Very interesting, nerdy nerds. Very cool. Appreciate you. Am I making games or playing them today? We're making games. So this is for the Pirate Software Game Jam that just barely got, the themes got announced today. So we're kind of going through what are some different ideas of things we can build, what would be fun. I think I'm leaning towards one of these two ideas of you can only move in the shadows and you get to kind of mix potions together to create different abilities, or Shadow of the Colossus, the beast, like the shadow beast is the level and you're climbing that. One thing I'd have to be really wary of, though, is I specifically said things I know I can't do quickly is advanced movement. Climbing could be that type of a system. It seems like advanced movement really benefits. But then again, Shadow of the Colossus didn't even really have all that much intense movement. It was really just that climbing and resting, pacing, and kind of predicting things. So it's definitely not impossible to do it with more simple mechanics. If I had heard about this jam before it started, maybe I would have joined it. Hey, we're like 20 minutes into the jam, Zymian. If you don't want to, that's totally fine. But, you know, before it started, it's basically now. Has RPG Maker already published their new engine based on Godot? I hadn't heard about that, Fubar. Whoa. Making a lot of games, I guess. Do you have a main game or just game jams? I'm mostly doing game jams right now, Indie Maniac, in order to level up my skill sets. So we just wrapped up the Fox Holo Jam 2. We finished playing all the games. I made this game for that, which is a dice rolling, card building type sort of experience where you roll these dice, you have your grid of abilities, you can put the dice on the board to take effects, and then you get cards in between each fight that you can like overwrite your abilities with. And then you go into the next fight. Now you kind of keep going with the new things that you've placed down, right? So that's what I built for the previous jam that we just barely wrapped up. And we're cruising on forward because I need to level up. I need to get better at building things. And I don't want to get lost in aimless, long project time because I'm not ready for it yet. Not ready for it yet. Now, the main game that we'll probably end up building is this one, Moon Hollow. This is a board game that we built 4 years ago before my daughter was born. And my wife is an illustrator, and she did all the artwork for it. So we've been kind of noodling, how do we bring this forward? And now getting into video games, it seems like a really good opportunity to do that. Love they have a section of things you can't do. It's really important, Jack. Really important to know what you can and can't do. Hold on one second. I gotta go grab the door real quick. I'll be right back. Ooh, Indie Maniac! Very exciting. Very exciting. Very exciting. It's Junior Dev time! Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for your patience. Oh, and we're in ads. Of course I get back right during ads. My heavens. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Ish, I guess. Thanks, Queen Anne. Appreciate it. Oh, my goodness. Noreniel, welcome back, or welcome in. Noreniel and Enelnor. Noreniel and Enelnor. That's either Elvish or it's like some sort of wordplay that I am missing on. Good to see you. Good to see you, Lemon. Oh man. Oh man. Oh boy, so many texts. My heavens. Some days things just get kind of wacky, you know? It's like you're cruising along and nothing much is going on, and then bam! It's a wordplay into nonsense. I love it. Love it, love it. Okay, we got 15 seconds left on these ads. While we're moving into let me see if I can get a pacifier for this guy. Oh, okay. Alright, we're back from the ads. Welcome back, welcome back. Animaniac, that's incredibly exciting. I can't wait to hear how that process all goes. Keep me up to date. Let's see. Terrified of it being judged by organizers. That is scary. If that happens, you're in the wrong game jam. People are usually very supportive and understand it's a learning process. That was a tough thing last time in the Pirate Software game jam where you had, shoot, what was his name? There was a gentleman whose entire persona is being rude. And I can understand what Thor was thinking by inviting them to be a judge, but that person was not qualified to be a judge. They needed some sort of clarification and difference between judgment of the quality of a game jam submission and then like having a public's reception of it, of a feedback giver or something, right? If you're scared of your work being judged, you'll never put it out there or get better at it. Everyone has to start somewhere. Just do it. I would recommend that as well, to be frank. Put your best out there. The judgment may come. The probability of winning is very slim, but finishing a project is a huge boost to your self-esteem, 100%. I mean, once again, I showed you all my stuff. None of it is fantastic. None of this is incredible work. But I've learned from all of it, and I'm streaming development, right? You know the amount of times people come in here every day and tell me how bad of a coder I am? It's a lot. It's a lot. But that's fine. We keep learning. Go parent game devs. I also have mine on the lap. Love it, Prodigy. Just don't want to get a score. Most of my jams are just submit and forget type jams. Maybe I'll be brave. You know what? You can take one more step. One step forward. And maybe it's not even a game jam you submit to. Maybe it's just you build a game and then share it with a community that you trust. And say, hey guys, I made this. Maybe that's a first step. You know? Even if I get a 1/5 across the board, love getting the score in the end. Yeah. one out of 5. That makes perfect sense for you, Zap. That lines up exactly with who I kind of perceive you as being. What, are we hungry? I need to get a bottle? I'd love to not have to get a bottle, but I also don't want you to have to be crying. I get that. To try to overcome the growth you'll experience will be worth it. Yeah, you learn from your mistakes. It all depends on what you want out of life, right? Like, if you want to get better at game dev and you want to do all this to get better, especially if you want to get a job, yeah, get stuff out there. Put it out there. If you're doing it as a hobby just because you enjoy the process of making a game, yeah, you know, you do whatever you got to do. I'm thinking of making a psychological game where you're working the mind of the protagonist in the shadows, and the alchemy aspect comes through the transformation of thoughts and emotions into actions the protagonist does. That sounds awesome, Termasoil. It sounds really cool. I just heard of, I think it was Who is Lila? Which is a puzzle game where the only way you interact is by changing the expression of the face of one of the characters. Really interesting. It sounds kind of like a similar concept. I'm going to get a bottle for this guy. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Thanks for your patience. Thank you, all of you, for your patience here. Make a game and I'll play it. There you go. There's the commitment. There's your first content creator integration, Zymion. There you go. There's your YouTuber, streamer integration. Been seeing a bunch of your shorts coming out, Indie Maniac, as well. You're pumping out those shorts. I do rather blunt feedback than people telling me it looks good just to make me happy. Yeah, that's very fair. Horror psychological game, that's a pretty good idea that someone made. Yeah, I think that's a really cool idea. Let's see, hold on. Let me keep scrolling up. We have full confidence in you, Joe, as long as there's no drag and drop or dictionaries. Hey, I make lots of dictionaries. Just because it doesn't conform to precious programmers' ideas of what dictionaries are. You guys are too supportive. I'm a game programming major at university. Nice. Very cool, Zymion. As someone who honestly took ages to be confident to put his work out there, I get the sentiment of not wanting to put stuff out there. Yeah, I 100% understand. Absolutely. Welcome back, Memphis. Fragile confidence. I want people to tell me it's not terrible. I understand that, Zymion. I really, truly do. I was just in therapy yesterday. I was talking about how do I not be defensive during like unsolicited critiques and stuff, and it's tough. It is tough. I won't sit here and lie to you and say getting feedback is easy and just have confidence, bro. Like, no, that's an outrageous thing to say. It's a tough hill to climb. Okay, no, Sorcery, you are not raiding and running at all. You stayed here for like 20 minutes. You go have fun. You get to take care of yourself, have a great time with the fam, and best of luck with the rest of your game. All right. Thank you so much for your encouragement, Sorcery. Just a shining beam of positivity for the community. You got it, Indy. Oh, dear. Here we go. Let's see if I can do this one-handed. Okay. So what's my idea? We're working on that, Incredible. We got 2 different ideas that I'm debating between at the top here. Dragon drop. All right, take care, Prodigy. Thanks for hanging out. Best of luck with your game jam submission as well. I was told I was going to fail out of university by my parents, so I got a degree in physics to prove them wrong. This isn't always about being told it isn't terrible, but finding people to really help you grow. That's funny, Fortunes, because my wife has a similar story where her college counselor told her not to apply for the BFA for illustration. She said, you know, maybe you should look at something less intense, because she was on academic probation all the time for language requirements, which have nothing to do with, you know, illustrating. And she worked it out. She figured out the right direction forward and proved that counselor dead wrong. The game is totally playable now, just needs content. Nice, Memphis. Very cool. Hey, Endo, good to see you. Welcome in. It's easy. It's the easiest thing is someone is already telling you how you can make things better. What's easy, Incredible? Taking feedback? Good luck at the jam for everyone participating. Yeah, thanks so much, Sorcery. You guys are very supportive, so I'll be brave and join the Pirate Jam to make something nice. I like the theme concept. Awesome, Zymian. I can't wait to see what you make. Keep me up to date. I would love to follow and see what you're all up to. Can't make a game for this one, but I still want to be a part of helping people. You're awesome, Credit Bro. You're absolutely fantastic. Taking feedback. Sometimes our confidence comes from crazy places. All right, hold on. I think someone's at the door again. Give me 1 second. It's FBI. Don't open the door. Oh my gosh. No, I live in fear of someday getting swatted. You know, I got like a 4-year-old that who knows how she would react to something like that. It just, that's one of my worst nightmares. Cool. All right, welcome in. Thanks everyone for your patience. In case you can't tell, it's being a bit of a day over here, but I am very excited to be here with you all. So, I don't know, I'm really liking both of these ideas. I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards this one because it will let me build ideas that I want to do, like the creating your own ability thing would be very fun, but maybe we can also combo it with this. Maybe both of these things can be synthesized into one. Like maybe instead of running around in a big shop, which would require a lot of art, to be fair, you know, we'd have to build all sorts of bottles and objects and everything to cast shadows and run through. Maybe we do this. Did you end up seeing my suggestion for the game idea, or should I repost it? I don't remember if I did, Queen Anne. You may want to repost it. I'm scrolling through chat real quick, and I'm not catching it. I know this might not be really related to any of your ideas, but going with your core idea of that combo system, what if you started with a system where you could equip the shadows of items to other objects in order to share their properties? That sounds really cool. Like if you gave a shotgun a pistol shadow, it would tighten the spread, but a pistol with a shotgun would have a shotgun effect. That's pretty cool, Queen Anne. I'm not gonna lie, I really like that idea. That's really neat. So you're like merging the two things together. I think that's pretty fun. I like that idea. And we may, I don't know, we may even bring that into this. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna do all three of these. It's a cool idea. It's a really cool idea. I really like that idea. It's where my head goes with your basis. I like it. I like that. Also fits with the transformative way alchemy is. 100%. Yeah. So, okay. I'm going to bust out the drawing pad here. And I think I'm at the point where we need to start just kind of sketching some more concrete ideas out. I'm going to follow myself. And one idea that's going through my head here is you get eaten by a giant shadow monster, right? So, like, the monster itself is the level, right? We have our, like, silhouette here. And then the player starts, you know, right here. And then there's kind of almost a Metroidvania type sort of experience. This is reminding me of 2D Fighters game that he built for his Metroidvania game jam. And you kind of start going through there, and each room would have platforming, the character, and I'm not really following myself anymore, am I? There we go. You could have, you know, your bar of abilities, maybe Noida style, where you find ingredients and mix and match them to create different potion effects, right? I'm representing these with the Genome Guardian representation, but that's kind of an idea. There's also this same idea, but instead, it is kind of like a top-down, where this is the player, and then there's eyes in the dark that are moving towards you, and you need to rush over and create a light source to banish everything away, and it almost becomes kind of Binding of Isaac-ish. Let's make 3 games. Incredibro. Let's do it. Let's do it. That was something that's surprising. A lot of people made 2 versions of their game for the Fox Holo Jam, which makes sense because you had the Gauntlet and then the Casual, and you could carry things over. But then there were a couple of people that built legit 2 different games for things, which was astounding to me. It was really cool to see and very impressive. Poke the eyeball. Wait, not poke the eyeball, poke the eyeball. Of course. Yes. So that's kind of like the being inside of a monster approach. There's also the running around on top of a monster, right? So you have the eyes here, right? And big monster. And then shadowness, right? And you start over here, and you as the player are running over, and you have to kind of climb, deal with, you know, like maybe a big rock or something that's dealt with it, and you have to platform over, deal with enemies that are swarming around this thing, and then throw mud in the eye, right? Is another concept. In which case, you could also have the cool AGC stuff with different items that you unlock, right? Automod doesn't like you. Oh no, Automod! And so, oh shoot, Nintendo has ruined the word poke. Double gaunt. Yeah, for real, Cubus, man. No, I was really, really surprised and impressed with a lot of people's work. And just the amount of effort they poured into things. And I'm very grateful to our sponsors, because I'm sure that is what drove a lot of that. People said, I'm going to make something for the Gauntlet and then push through the Casual because there are prize categories for both. So I increase my chances if I, you know, make these things. Okay, eyeball. You joined the jam! Zymian, congrats! That's awesome! Making a monster's back fun as a side-scrolling platformer could be challenging. It's true. It could be. And you could also have, like, you know, it swats down and creates a big explosion you need to, like, deal with or something. I feel like that's starting to remove the shadow emphasis, though. And I'd like to dial that up. Really hit the shadow part hard. And so if it is shadow, then you know, maybe like shadows would add into it or something. And that's one of the big problems with this idea, is that the shadow, especially in this concept, kind of disappears, right? Like, you're eaten by a shadow monster, but like, what else is about it, you know? What else is shadow? And so I think this is more in that realm of shadow. This would allow us to be a little more atmospheric, I think. It would be more kind of contextual, which I like. It's not just a dungeon that narratively happens inside of a monster. It would be, we get to see the monster. We get to observe the monster. There could be, you know, tentacles coming up out of the monster and big shadow birds and stuff that are angry and all that fun stuff. Level could have a fog of war and shadow. Sure. How would I, like, over here, I don't know. Like, how would I incorporate that in a really meaningful, powerful way? And that's what I'm struggling to see with this idea. Top down, his spikes cast shadows. The monster is also fighting another monster. You have to hide in the shadows to avoid the second monster's attacks. That sounds crazy, Endo. How's the ideation going? Taking lunch right now? K Head Out on YouTube. Good to see ya. It's going very well. We're kind of have these 3 different ideas, and now we're kind of looking for a way that we can maybe combine them. We're starting to sketch out ideas of maybe how can we get things working together. Yeah. Make a generic 3D game already out and call it Shadows of the 4th Dimension, or make a 2D game and call it Shadows of the 3rd Dimension. You can make a trilogy into a 1D game called Shadow of the 2nd Dimension. And then you make the last game where you progress from 1 dimension all the way up to 3 dimensions, and then you call it Evo Land. I like the idea of being on the monster's back and his spikes and tentacles cast shadows. Yeah, I think it's interesting. We're building a monster? I don't think we're building a monster. I think at least the current idea is the monster has been created or unleashed, or, you know, we did an alchemical experiment gone wrong, and now there's this big chimera thing running around, and we need to deal with it. Guess it's hard to spin the shadow monster's insides as shadow, but that could be reinforced visually. It could. It could. It's a lot of it as well is about how do we communicate shadow and the absence of shadow. By the way, thanks everyone for joining the Discord. I'm just seeing all these right now. I'm going to throw in some welcome messages here soon. And how do we make that light and shadow feel really powerful, right? Because one thing that I like about this idea of this kind of Binding of Isaac type sort of approach is you are lighting up darkness, and that is damaging the monster. It's a very natural thing we can start hooking mechanics into. This is a lot more of mechanics without the theme. And I really want to do a jam for once in my life where people are like, oh wow, that's a really good use of the theme, because my interpretations of theme are usually quite broad, and people see my games and think, I don't know, is that really the theme? And I'm like, yeah, it's totally the theme in my mind. Have you seen the devlogs of Shim? No, I mean, someone did post Shim this morning. They posted that, and it was really cool to see. Also, incredible for them that they're releasing tomorrow. Like, what God-sent timing on their part that they can leverage the Pirate Software Jam to promote their game. But, yeah. Thank you, Cubus. Thank you for that Discord link. Just about to ask if you're on Discord and you brought it up. Yeah, thank you, Indie Maniacs. I appreciate that. Light and Shadow makes me think of Ikaruga. I could see that. If it's inside a monster, you could have a huge variety of objects that the monster has eaten already. Some of them could cast light. I could see that. So, what are my concerns? Here, my concern here is, how do I make it feel dynamic? And I guess we could do, like, parallax backgrounds. And occasionally lurch the level. But I would really want to work hard to try and sell this is a living creature we're on top of. And that seems like it would be pretty difficult. Might want to talk to you about something I've been thinking about working on for a while. Hit me up, Indie Maniac. Absolutely. Love to chat. Reminds me of those Japanese paper cinemas. Yeah, I could see that. My concerns with this one are mechanics. Like, how do we create the shadow feeling? A lot, right? Here, shadow is going to be consistently represented visually. It's always going to be present. But what we need is not just for it to be visually represented, it needs to tie in mechanically. And that would be a problem is shadow mechanics. What would that be? So here, I think we have a better kind of mechanical approach, but then how do we make it feel shadowy? And I like that idea, essentially, of being, you know, Pinocchio inside the whale, right? What's this? Is it Morbo or something? What's the name of the whale in Pinocchio? Monstro, in Monstro, right? This is the Monstro idea. This is the Shadow of the Colossus idea. What if the monster is smacking his own body to kill you and you see the shadow of his hand and tentacle first? Yeah, so that was a thought that I had, but then I worry about my ability to execute on that. Because I've never built anything like this. And this is going to be my first kind of action-y game that I've made. I made Rescue a long time ago, but it never made it very far, and it was in GameMaker. Like, I haven't done action gameplay in Godot, and I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm nervous about my ability to really communicate that. I mean, I guess... Okay, here's an idea for the Shadow of the Colossus style. What if things cast shadows, right? There is now a shadow cast in this space, and monsters spawn in the shadow. And then they leap out and attack you, and they're like, the shadow is a portal, spawning things in. And then the monster could throw his hand up above, and it's casting this really big shadow, and then it's like Danger Town, oh no, all these monsters are showing up, ah! And then eventually the hand slams down, you have to dodge out of the way, and the monsters are still there, you have to deal with those. That could be kind of interesting. And then that's just like a sprite that I throw a raycast down from, or block the raycast, move it down. It's an area 2D on collision, deal damage to the player, and then it moves away. That could work. You build a paper theater monster out of many parts to destroy another monster? Of course. Is it enough to be a regular monster, but you really hype up the lighting and shadow effects? Could be Queen Anne. I mean, it needs to be something big enough to kind of like either be consumed by whole or to run around on top of. Keep going with that. Yeah, I'm liking this idea. I'm liking the idea of shadows are spawners. And then that lets us have our kind of action-y combo-based ability system we're wanting to build. Now, the only trick is, like, can I build? Can I make it so that you only spawn when things are in shadows? And I really want to try doing actual lighting in this. I don't want to fake it, which I could do as a last resort, but I really want to try building full lighting. This guy in New Zealand, nice! With the monster idea, if you want to incorporate lights, maybe a mechanic could be you are only safe from enemies when your shadow is cast toward them. You then have lights moving around inside, which would add strategic decisions where you have to time your attacks and movement to always be safe inside the shadow zone. That's interesting, kind of taking the opposite approach. That's an interesting approach to this guy. Good to see you, by the way. Love it. Shadow monsters could heal in shadow and take damage in light, and as you destroy parts of the body, it destroys shadow. Finding in the light is better. I feel like that would lend itself more to kind of this Monstro idea. Right, we have these eyes in the darkness moving towards you, and you're trying to go find light sources and... Oh, goodness. All right, we're in ads. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep going. I feel like we're getting close. We're getting close on this. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back. Let's keep driving on this. Let's keep going. I'm leaning towards this idea for now because it's getting me more of that sort of action combo combat type sort of thing that I'm excited about. You're cooking. Oh, thanks. And I appreciate everyone's thoughts because this like diverse ideation is breaking down my preconceived notions of what to build, and that is helping me view things from a lot more better, more well-rounded angles. So I'm loving these concepts. Keep them coming. I will gladly benefit from everyone's generosity of spirit here. I'm liking all this. My big thing that I need to figure out is in Godot, how do you detect if something is in a shadow or not? And that's going to need to be a big thing regardless of which version we go with. I like the Shadow of the Colossus idea more too. Yeah. So if we go with basic platforming, like built-in Godot controller basic platforming, maybe build in a double jump, you know, something mega basic. I cheat. A raycast. I am vaguely familiar with the concept of raycasting, but I've never used it. So, similar to drag and drop, obviously drag and drop is possible, but am I going to be able to build it within the time constraints is my big concern. But this is exactly why I want to experiment with lighting in this object. What do I need to detect? We'd be detecting, well, first off, shadow zones would be spawners for monsters. We need to check like marker 2Ds that would be in areas that could have shadow. We would be checking, I mean, that would be the big thing. We could probably just do that, right? And that would fit the theme, shadows. And that would be very indicative and evocative. Raycast is like baby's first platformer level. Drag and drop is don't do that level. Well, I'm excited because that would be lovely. I would love it if it were super simple and easy to do. Raycast is just a node like Area 2D. Am I over-engineering it? Almost certainly. So, okay. Raycast? Array in 2D space. So what? Can I, like, do that? And I make a ray from... Sorry, let me bring up Godot. Bring an array from some light source to a node 2D marker. And if the ray hits from the light source, then you turn off the spawning from it, basically, is maybe the thought. Wouldn't it be easier to build a spawner and just give it a shadow, or shadows Shadows are going to be dynamic. That's the idea, Endo. That's what I want to do. I want to have dynamic, full lighting in the game. Yeah. That's one of the big things I really want to build here. So in the things I want to learn, lighting, I want to get practice building in that sort of combo ability system. We talked about it a couple of times with Genome Guardian. And I want to have a more action-y experience. I've been doing a lot of turn-based, roguelike type sort of things. I'd like to try something a little bit different this time. Yeah. Should be way easier to have lights that have defined areas instead of computing the shaded areas of the scene. Be easier to have lights that have defined areas. That's true. I mean, that's a good point. We could attach an area 2D to a light source, and then on area entered, turn it off, right? That would be fair. Coming up with ideas is so difficult. It is. It definitely can be, Zymian, yeah. Definitely don't try to do it the smart way. Okay. I'm so jealous of your ability to come up with such good ideas so quick. Well, first off, I'm flattered. Second off, it comes with experience. And third off, don't sell yourself short. Inspiration comes from different places. And what I have an advantage of you, because you're a student, right? What I have advantage is a decade post-graduation figuring out how to get to ideas well. So I've just got some experience. I've got some more years. I figured out what works for my brain. You're still trying to figure that out. And you'll figure it out. You'll get there. Though you could take the viewport texture, apply a black and white filter, then basically have a black and white mask, though I don't know what to do with that when you have it. It's just going to be an image then? Sure. You're too nice. Well, I mean, our whole goal here, Zymian, is to help people get into the game industry. This is not here to advertise my games. That's not the point of Fox Hollow Games. Fox Hollow Games is meant to support other people. So that's kind of literally my job, is to support and encourage and help people figure out, is this kind of a good direction or not? And if it is something you want to pursue, let's do everything we can to help you get there. Because it's rough out there. We all need as much support as we possibly can in this industry. It is a very difficult industry to get into for a lot of reasons. Seems computationally intense to do that, though, unless you go for a shader. Okay. Pretty sure you can just have a light source point from above and move objects through it to block the light. That would totally work, and you could map the bits to screen space, but don't give them ideas. Okay. I think I'm kind of deciding on this concept, this Shadow of the Colossus idea. I really like the idea. So the objective is going to be, you're going to start kind of down on the ground somewhere, right? And then you're going to run along a series of platforming levels, and it'll kind of morph and everything, and we'll have fun puzzles there. Finding ways to make light, to get rid of these spawning areas, and finding new equipment to combo your abilities. Avoiding the monster as he's trying to, like, slap you down and everything. Get to the eye, throw in the blast, kablooey, and you win. That's going to be the game. Okay. Frumptuous. Pretty sure you can yeah. Okay, cool. All right, I'm caught up. So let's talk about what these abilities may be. Because what the player abilities are going to determine how the world needs to interact with it, right? That's kind of the approach I'm taking rather than the other way around. I want to get really cool, fun, unique interaction patterns for the player, and then build a world that will engage with those uniquely. So, I think what we do is we have 3 options for materials. Maybe 4 as a stretch goal. And then we have a 3-slot weapon. So your weapon will be 1, 2, 3, and you will find options of, like, hurling a powder, right? That would essentially be like a sword, right? Like a curved attack away from you. Pocket sand. have a concoction that you hurl and explodes, like a vial, and that would be a sort of grenade, right? So this is a sword, this is a grenade, and we need one other kind of interesting thing that will combo into these things as well and create interesting solutions. I think raycasts are going to be the way. Shoot them out from the light source. That's how I would do it. Okay. All right. Fair enough, Endo. We got a hat redemption. Looks hot. How you doing, Prodigal? How's your workday going? How was the retro the other day? Retro, let's just say I got penalized for speaking up. Oh, I'm sorry, Prodigal. That's the way it can go. Tried to be the voice of the people, but the lead was not happy. Darn it. Sorry. That can happen. That can happen. It's rough. Sorry to hear that. I hope this can be a distraction for you at least, or some sort of emotional recompense, some karmic retribution for that. Leads are never happy. You know what? I get paid the salary of a senior for the work of a junior. Yeah, that's fair, Prodigal. That's fair. Pay can compensate for a lot of problems. Hey, Sundown, good to see ya. I remember standing up in a company meeting of 500 people with the CEO and calling him out on inflation and not matching it. I can turn my brain off and just do mindless drone work. Yeah. We have a code freeze on code deploys, and all our leads are saying to push code anyways? Whoa. I also was brushed off, but all the workers nicknamed me the Revolutionary. Wow. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. No, Ooh. Bring up the uprising. So if we have our sword, we have our grenade. I hate standing up for myself. I'm kind of similar to you, Zymian. It's tough for me, and I've learned that I need to in the professional world, and it bothers me how I have to do it. That you have to spend so much time watching your own butt rather than building cool things. That's so distressing to me. That's what I do. I chat with you. All my work is done. But of course, no one else wants to support the ideas in public. Yeah, have to do it so often. Yeah, it's tough. It's a skill you got to develop. It is a skill you have to develop. It's hard. Please tell me you're gonna keep polishing Moon Hollow. I will. It is on the docket. There's a lot of stuff that needs to happen before I can get to that. But I would love to keep building out Moon Hollow. I think it's a good game. I need to figure out how to rework it for single-player PC. I need to continue in my grieving and mourning process of weeping uncontrollably from the 2 that you gave me for polish. But other than that, just want to do my own studio. There's a lot of that going around right now, of people realizing corporations are not being loyal. They're not caring about me. They're not caring about the work that I do, even. They just want volume of work, and that's soul-crushing. And they're trying to eke out every little bit of me that they can while not paying me for any of it. And that sucks. A lot of people are going the independent route because of that. It's one of the big reasons that I was even considering doing my own thing, because I was like, this is awful. I don't want to go through another hiring process in tech. This is unconscionably unethical, like universally. And, it kind of led to this. Moon Hollow, Hollow Moon Knight, you guys. Half-Life 3 confirmed? What? I have to constantly prove that I'm as competent as my male peers. Oh, gosh, yeah, and stand up for myself as a capable developer, even in university. Yeah, see, that's a whole nother dimension I've not had to deal with. And I hear you. My wife has expressed somewhat similar things as an illustrator. She has to, prove that she's not just a mom, that she is a talented professional that does world-class work. It's tough. 2D Fighter! How goes it? It's going very well. How are you doing? Can't pull my punches. It's a sign of respect. There you go. There you go. No, honestly, I was glad. I was glad, Sundown, that you did that because it gives me the opportunity to show how to accept feedback. And that's something I've been thinking about. How do I do this? How do I make this more visible and possible for people to show? How do you not only give a critique, but then how do you receive a critique? So I really appreciate that. I should probably play your feedback on stream and then like make notes of you playing the game and show how you can evaluate something like that. I should probably do that. Moms are talented professionals that do world-class work, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100% prodigal. Having kids would invite a whole new dimension to the issue. Being a dad is never an issue somehow, though. I've heard that. I wouldn't say it's never an issue. Like, it's never an issue as long as the kids never are visible, audible, or impact your work. As soon as that happens, I think the story changes. Like, if my kid were running around in the background in a meeting, no, that'd be awful. That would be really bad for me. But yeah, as long as I am just a dad and I don't have to actually represent being a dad to work, then it's fine. They love it. They agree that the state of the industry is bad. I feel really grateful that I can make the rules in my own studio and prove that I do care about the team as people and make something that's not by numbers. Absolutely, Queen. Good for you. Good for you. Try to make games because I know everyone is making awesome things. There you go. You want to break mine? I'll pay you with the satisfaction that you broke it, if you can. All right. What's the last idea we can do here? We have like a sword and then like a short lob grenade, and then we could just do like a pistol attack, right? Like a rocket, right? Build an alchemically powered rocket. And that's effectively the pistol. So then we need to make a matrix of what are all of these things as they combo. So we have, or really, we're going to have like a three-dimensional matrix of this, right? Maybe... So we would have sword, then we'd have sword, sword, and sword, sword, sword. Then we'd have grenade, 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 grenade. Then we'd have pistol, 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 pistol. And then we would have SG, we'd have GP, and then we'd also have SP, and then we would have... This is where it gets really complex, is SSG, SS, or SGG, and we have GGP and GPP, and then we have PPS and PSS, right? Those would be all the different combos. My games break if you look at them wrong. I hear ya. Missed most of the jam. What Full Metal Alchemy season did we decide on? Are we doing pew-pews? Yes, essentially. So we're going to have 3 different weapons. Here we have like the sword, grenade, and the pistol. And they're all going to be alchemically flavored. And then the idea is you alchemize and combine these 3 into any combo to create your own weapon that you want to tool around with. So we need to create combos for like each of these and how these weapons function, right? I want to be that difference. Yeah, I hear you, Queen Anne. I hear you. Absolutely. Mad respect. Mad respect. Mad respect. Remember seeing Joe play this. I'm very tempted now. Yeah, it was a really cool game. Very cool game. Full release in 2 weeks. Nice. Working on a tournament in Gauntlet mode. Wow. How is PSS different than SSP? It wouldn't be. Great point. Do we have SSP written down? I don't think we do. So this is SSG. This is SGG. SSG. Hold on, let me go to the highlighter. SSG, SGG, GGP, GPP, PPS, PSS. So there shouldn't be any overlap there. crafting game. Kind of crafting your weapon. We need a matrix, senor. I agree, yeah. An Excel sheet or something. Yeah. Did this without overlap. Good, yeah. Yeah. No, I appreciate the double check. MSG, tasty monster. So... let's see. Let's, hold on. You're gonna get a bit of a flashbang here. You've been warned. We're gonna, let's throw it right here. We can do it right here. Let's throw in a table. We're gonna be black. Text, is going to be white. No, not the cell. Okay, it's gonna auto do it as white. Okay. So we have, the problem is, like, we need a three-dimensional matrix to really represent this, right? Metal solid gear sounds painfully tasty. Flashbag, you say I'm waiting. Flashbag. What a name that would be. Flashbag. It takes me back to HK-47 from Knights of the Old Republic days. Flashbag. Okay, so we have sword. We have grenade. We have pistol. Basic ideas. Sword is a crescent slash in front of the player of light. Grenade, short range lob that blasts light in a radius. Pistol is forward directional projectile of a small mote of light. Bang, my bad. Just the names both on the X and Y. But we have 3 different names. Right? These combos remind me of Genome Guardian, which Retromation played a bit ago. Do this. I have good news for you. You're right. That's exactly what I'm trying to model. Exactly what I'm trying to model is Genome Guardian. Yeah. I've been playing it a lot, actually, and I really enjoy it, and I want more games to have that in them. Do a different table for each total amount. I'll follow Queen Anne. So if we do, like, S, and then, SS, SSS, right? You can add something above? No? Okay. This is then S, this is SS, and then this is SSS. And then we have, because like if we just do S and then G, like we need P represented, right? SGP vertically and horizontally. But that would only be for matching up 2, right? What am I, how's my brain breaking here? SGP, SGP, right? That would only ever give me SS, SG, SP. I don't get to that third dimension that I need. Also, that other one about building a mutant blob. Is that, hold on, I think I know which one you're talking about. I put a video out on it on YouTube, and if it's the right one that I'm thinking of, not Slime. Where is this? Bioprototype. Bioprototype, is that what you're talking about, Cubis? Then we fill in the spot when they combine across. You fill it up across horizontally, not vertically. Oh, so this would be SS, and then this is S. SG? No, I'm not following. Why is my brain breaking? So you fill in S blank XX, it gives you... Oh, I see. So that would be SGP. Okay. I see what you're saying. Got it. It is bioprototype. Cool. Bioprototype was great. Yeah, I really like bioprototype. Go down the column and add SS, SG, SP, GGG. Yeah, we could do that. Man, freaking data visualization. I used to work with a data visualization whiz. He'd crank this out in no time. I'm kind of curious. A 3-dimensional table or matrix representing all possible combinations of 3 different items. Let's see what AI does. That's comparing it to the collider matrix in Unity. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not even close. Like, not even close to what I asked for, Figma. Not even close. All right. Isn't Magica doing this kind of just more complex combos? Magica kind of does it, yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. AI says listen to Prodigal. So, okay, so, like, if we do this, here's my problem. Like, I don't think this is going to represent what I'm wanting to represent, is the problem. I'll finally come up with a simple idea, and I'll now try and build the basic gameplay loop to see if I can make it. Cool, Zymian! Awesome! Thanks for keeping us up to date! I do think I'm going to do SS, and then, SG. It's janky, but it's gonna represent it in a way that I'm familiar with. And that is gonna... What am I trying to represent? So what I want is in these cells, describe what is the ability. That's what I want. I want to say S and G does this. That's what I'm looking for. And then G, P, and then PP, BS. Then continue my friend, start with it. No. You don't need to feel sorry at all. No worries at all. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Prodigal. I think that's the right approach for this. So this is good. So we have our one-dimensional, like you can have A-sword, A-grenade, or A-pistol, and it will do those things. Now, if we combo these things together, right? We have a bigger slash, and then bigger blast, and a faster projectile and attack speed, let's say. Now, if we have sword and grenade, slashed enemies detonate with light around them. That's kind of cool. SP could be a sword blast wave. So you slash, and then there's like a wave that comes out after that for a little bit. Hey, Digital Alien, good to see ya. How goes the ideation? It's going very well, thanks. How are you doing? Oh, and of course we're starting ads right as Digital Alien joins us. Good to see you, Digital Alien. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for hanging out. We're going through and trying to ideate, you know, this idea of a platformer where there's this massive shadow creature and you're an alchemist, trying to combo your different alchemical regions together to carry you through this, and wherever there is shadow, monsters will be spawning in like from an otherworldly portal. So that's kind of the concept we're going with right now. So welcome in, Digital Iliad. We're going to jump into ads, and we'll be right back. Thanks for being here. Okay, welcome back, welcome back. So, SG is going to be blank, or GS, rather. GS is going to be the same thing as SG. We're going to just leave that blank. We're not going to add in all that extra complexity of, you know, positionally, how's it going to work. GP, I think it turns it into a projectile, P movement, G blast radius, right? So you shoot a pistol, and then it detonates and explodes. Okay. And then PS is going to be already defined, and PG is already defined. SS. SSS, huge slash, big, bright, colorful burst. And I'd like to do that too with the more intense the bursts are, like the more leveled up is, maybe the more chromatic the light is. That'd be kind of fun. SSG. So we have a much bigger slash combined with explosion. I mean, the easy thing to do is just do bigger slash with enemies detonate with light on it. I'd like for it to be a little more unique than that, but maybe we don't have time. Frankly, I should draw scope down at least a little bit. This is, looking at it realistically, if I'm trying to build this in 4 days, I'm pretty nervous. And slashed enemies detonate. And then SSP is going to be huge blast wave. Okay. SGS is just SSG. And then SGG is going to be, let's see, what would SGG be? So it's a sword slash, but with a really big explosion, right? 4 days, not 14. So Digital Iliad, I'm constraining myself in my roadmap to get the main mechanics done within 4 days, so I can spend like a week on getting balance and getting feel tuned in, getting UI the way that I want it, really refining all that, and then spending another couple of days at the very end to do the visual and audio polish. That's the goal. So I'm really trying to cram in as much up front on the gameplay side, so that I have enough time to do the polish that will actually sell a project. Kind of thing that GS could be different than SG if you wanted it to be, but you did just say you wanted to reduce scope while I was typing this. Yep, exactly that, Queen Anne. Very wise, thank you. It's from hard-earned experience. The break question, I don't think you're supposed to do or. I think it's meant as and. I mean, it could be, yeah. Shadows and Alchemy. Yeah. I don't know, I just threw it in there. We'll change it. Let's see. SGG. So maybe... this could be fun. A grenade with a large blast that spawns small sword slashes around it. That could be kind of fun. How would that not just be an extension to the blast radius, though? This is a tricky one. I'm going to actually put a question mark on this one because I'm struggling to come up with ideas. But this one I have an idea. Big grenade that shoots shrapnel bullets in 15-degree... How do I do this? All right, 15-degree increments. Now we have GGS, which is going to be this thing, which we have yet to figure out. And then GGG, huge blast. Radius. GGP. Wait, this is SGP. This is what I meant for GGP. So what would SGP be? One of everything. One of everything. Either having explosions that produces more smaller explosions in the form of sword slashes is unique enough to be its own thing. I guess so. I guess I just... I'm trying to figure out, like, how does it feel like not just an extension of the blast, right? Because a sword slash is basically just a blast that happens right in front of you, right? So I'd like to come up with something that would solution for that, but I don't know. We'll see. We may just default to that. Maybe it'll like kind of do it over time, create a dot or a hazardous field type sort of thing. I could see that. Hazardous field of sword slashing for a second or so. That could be kind of fun. You delay the small ones after the main explosion a bit. Yeah, yeah. So what would one of everything be? Sword slash wave forward detonates on enemies and at terminus. That seems reasonable. Do you like that idea of sword slashes lingering? Okay, cool. I like it too. GPS, that's already taken care of. GGP is taken care of. Now GPP. So double pistol, grenade. I'm going to do two different versions of this based on how well I am going to do this. So, bullet shoots forward fast and spawns blasts at intervals. So, bullet shoots, blast, 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 right? Stretch goal is add homing to it. And I'm totally stealing this from Genome Guardian. PPS is done. PPG is done. PPP. I'm gonna steal Genome Guardian. It turns into a laser. GPS just helps you find weak spots with a map. Secret synergy. I love that. PSS is done because that is just SSP. So these two are done. So now we have PSP. Wait, PPS is already done, right? PPS. PPS? Do we not have PPS? We must not have PPS. Or no, this is PS. Son of a biscuit. We have SSP, but not PPS. So that means we must not have... Oh boy. My brain. Hold on. PS allows you to draw on the monster. Okay. Joe, take 2 seconds. Look at the whole thing. Think about it. GGS do we have? That is SGG. So that is SGG. Yes. GPS is SGP. That is that one. We have GGS is the same as SGG. SGG. So that's good. GPS is, yes, this one. And then GGP is this one. PPS is not here. We do not have PPS. And then PPG, we don't have. And then PPP, we don't have. Right? This seems weird. This doesn't seem to conform to the pattern it should be. We have GGS? Yeah, because we have SGG. GPP. There we go. That's GPP. GPP is right there. Right there. That's GPP. Okay. So then PPS would be SP. Ah, because we're missing that layer. Okay, so that's what's being represented here. Okay. Okay. I think it'll be less confusing to me if I do SP. So SS. No, never mind. It won't be. But at least now I understand why this is being different. Okay. PPS. And GPS, we've got. GGP, we've got. What? Aramis! My good friend, how are you today? Welcome in, Aramis. Ugla, good to see ya. One Boxy Llama, hello. Aramis, feel free to raid and run. But we have an adoring crowd here, big Aramis fans, that would love to know what were you up to today and what did you accomplish. I assume you were doing Pirate Software Jam. Jeez, getting those two mixed up all the time. I assume you're working on Pirate Software Jam. I think that's what I saw you were doing earlier today. Welcome in. So great to have you. T. Coleman. I know it's that, but T. Coleman, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Deeply appreciate that. How's the jam going? It's going very well. So we are ideating on this idea of kind of climbing this shadow monster, Shadow of the Colossus style in a 2D platformer. And you're combining your alchemy ingredients to make different combat abilities. So that's what we're looking at here with this matrix, is planning out how are these abilities going to combo with each other, interact with each other, and all that sort of stuff. My goodness, y'all are chatting. Tamaro, welcome in. Spew Streams, incredible name. Welcome in. Legend says there's some Hexagon-related demo on Steam. Yeah, Attack on Hex Island. Absolutely, go play Attack on Hex Island. Not my game, someone else's game, but it's a great game. I'm having a hard time coming up with ideas. Need to go on a brainstorming walk. That's a good idea. Clear the head. Absolutely. For what it's worth, if it would be helpful, Aramis, what we did is kind of do mood boards, and then I assigned these to random numbers and got random pairings, and then came up with ideas for each of them, and then kind of got the ones that I liked the most, and now we've kind of combined them. So that's kind of the route that I took. I'm sure you have your own route that you'll take. We're rooting for you. I can't wait to see what you build. Pirate Jam. Accomplished nothing. Thank you so much. Totally not a spam bot. Disco Lento for the follows. Appreciate ya. I know probably everyone in here is already following Aramis, but in case you're not, you really should. Go follow Aramis. He was a host for the Godot official channel. That's how I became introduced to him. Does a lot of really great work. Lots of fun, cool things. He was building a hexagonal tile laying game that was really cool recently. Definitely go hang out with Aramis. That was really cool stuff. So thanks for coming in, Aramis. Appreciate you. Thank you all of you raiders who are hanging out with us as well. Great to have you in. For those of you who are new, by the way, I gotta give the spiel. Spew Streams, thank you for the follow. foxhollowgames does not exist to push out my games. foxhollowgames is a charitable organization helping people enter the game industry. So we just wrapped up our own game jam. We're going to do our awards ceremony on Friday. We had 32, ignore the 31. We had 32 incredible entries that we're going to be reviewing and doing our awards ceremony on Friday. We do quarterly game jams thanks to our sponsors. And we're just constantly trying to help people out. I'm a product designer with over 10 years experience, so I kind of bring that design side to things, especially UI and UX. And we're always looking for ways to support each other and build each other up and figure out, you know, can you make a go at building games? Spoilers, the answer is yes. The thing is, what are you willing to do for it? And we're all helping each other trying to accomplish what we need to do. So welcome in, everyone. It's great to have you here. So we have 3 different abilities we're kind of comboing, and I've named them Sword, Grenade, and Pistol because that's kind of how they're going to behave. We're going to re-theme them into alchemical ingredients. But the idea with Sword is it's kind of like pocket sand. Like you throw out some blast powder or something. It's going to be a crescent slash in front of the player. All of these are going to be light-based. So crescent slash in front of the player of light. Grenade, a short-range lob that blasts light in a radius. And then a pistol, which is a forward directional projectile of a small mode of light. And now we're looking at how do all these things combine. So if you have 3 slots to put things into, what are all the possible combos? So if we have pistol, sword, what does that look like? So we have the idea of like a projectile moving forward. How do we incorporate a sword into that in a meaningful and interesting way, right? And I'm not going to lie, I don't incredibly know. This is an interesting one. It could be that the pistol shot is now like the sword slash, right? Swap hats, you got it. So the pistol shot is just now like this big wide thing that catches a lot of stuff. We're on double letters. What's your final goal? 3? Yes, we're going for 3. So we have this matrix of the top and the bottom, right? So this is SS, SG, SP, right? Slash that sprays projectiles. Ooh, that's kind of a cool idea, anchor smashing. I like that. That black one is starting to look old. Need a fun one? You got it, Prodigal. I like that idea. Slash that blasts projectiles. That's fun. I like that idea. Stretch goal, make projectiles bounce. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. All right. So then we have... oh, and then pistol, sword is covered up here. Yeah. So let's actually copy this in here so the matrix just reads a little bit better. And we'll replace that. So there's our matrix. Those are our abilities. That is what we are going to try to build. It's a lot. We need to figure out how to do this a lot more programmatically. And not require unique behaviors for each thing, right? So, this is a lot. There's a lot to be building. I'm excited about it, though. I'm excited about it. Let's do some quick enemy brainstorming. So these are our player abilities. That's our section for that. And then we're going to do enemy types. I think we're just going to go with 2, just to keep it super simple. Because we're already going way complex on the player. So enemy types will have melee beast. Let's definitely call it melee beastie. And it's going to be... let's actually make this a bulleted list. Runs up to player and slashes. And then we're going to have ranged beastie. And it will be an archer, basically. It's going to archer. Stand in one spot and shoot at player. We're going to go dead simple. We could, as a stretch goal, do combos. Combo... as well as a grenade beastie, and combo beasties. I highly doubt we're going to have enough time for that. I genuinely do not believe we're going to have enough time for that. But in case we do, kind of nice to have that we can pull out of our back pocket without having to think about it. All right, take care, Queen Anne. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Hope everything goes well for you. And I forget, you're not doing the Pirate Jam this time around, right? In any case, hope you do well. Best of luck with your endeavors to bring some ethics into the game industry. And then, so we have our enemy types, and then we're going to do projectile, or platform types, right? We're not going to have pits because you're climbing a monster. But what we can do is have spikes. We can have floating platforms. Somehow in lore, growths coming out of the monster, both to be walls and platforms to overcome. Yeah, Sundown, absolutely. We got rated by the legend Aramis themselves. Gonna be focusing on the main project. Right on, Queen Anne. Best of luck. Best of luck. And then, is there anything else we want to do? I mean, we could do, as a stretch goal, like liquid shadow that does a dot effect. That could be kind of interesting. But I think we just stick with this one. So basically structure, and then platforms you can jump onto, and spikes that are dangerous. Once again, the point of this game is really going to be this. We want to maintain as much attention and time on this as we possibly can. Floating platforms are just swarming flies? It's an idea. Just heard Liquid Shadow, and all I can think about is the movie Turbo. White Shadow. I'm unfamiliar with Turbo. Floating clouds of flies? Kind of interesting. There have been 7 views per day on my dice roller. That's 5 more than usual. Who's running a D&D campaign here? Hey, congrats, Cubus. That's awesome. Okay. I think this is enough to start building something. And then we'll kind of flesh this out a little bit more as we go and as I keep on developing things. Let's do artistic style real quick. I think I want to try 1-bit. And I think that would represent well in this and read very well for shadows and stuff. Can we do 1-bit with shadows? I don't think you can do 1-bit with shadows, right? 1-bit with shadows. Because the shadows are just going to be like the background color. Unless you do, yeah, you could do cross-hatching as shadow, but then it's kind of getting a lot more complex. And I'm not necessarily feeling doing that, either to build or from an artistic style. So I like the monster idea. I'm doing platforming as well, but with the shadow as a floor is lava theme. Nice. Nice guy doing a thing. That's something that we were kind of maybe looking at. I saw this picture and I was like, that's totally a floor is lava game, right? Right there. Very cool. I can't wait to see what you do with that. That's awesome. Dithering. Yeah, one side. 1-bit is tough. Yeah, I like the idea of it though. I like the simplicity that it brings. But maybe we don't do 1-bit. As much as I kind of wanted to. Accurate. That's awesome. Yeah, if we want the monster to be shadow, then it would be really hard to represent that and then also have shadow areas that monsters are spawning from, right? 2-bit works too, though. So we can do gradients, basically, is what 2-bit is. You get transparency added in. Could be. Could be. Two-bit art. Oh, that's cool. That's super cool. I like that. What software are you using for organizing stuff? This is FigJam. So FigJam is the digital whiteboarding side of Figma, F-I-G-M-A, that you may be familiar with if you're a product designer or a UX designer of any type. You live in Figma. FigJam is their digital whiteboarding side. Mr. Tycho, I just thought of my idea using the shadow as shadowing someone at work. Someone brought that up as a possibility too. I love that approach. You're an alchemist and potion seller intern. Watch your boss finish a level, then you have to do the same level, but new obstacles and monsters spawn because you don't know what you're doing. I love that, Mr. Tycho. That sounds so fun. I can't wait to see that. Yeah, I'm kind of liking this idea, right? I think I'm going to grab this as inspiration for our art. Art. And then let's do 2-bit. I like that idea, Cubus. Thank you for that. I like that as kind of a general approach. Never tried FigJam before, only Figma? Thanks, you're very welcome. Yeah, FigJam is awesome. I've got Flashbang. Sorry, jeez. Flashbang. I use this for all of my whiteboarding, all of my jam ideas, all my game ideas. We did a full analysis of Thomas Was Alone back in January and went over how all the levels connect and do cool things and how that affects the emotional experience of the player and how the characters interact. It was a rad time. FigJam's great. Definitely highly recommend FigJam. They've done a lot of really cool stuff with it. My idea now. Like the broom story. Yeah, in Fantasia. Absolutely. 2-bit is 4 colors. This seems to be more than 4 colors. Let's see. What is the definition of 2-bit? Digital image with 2 bits allocated for the storage of each pixel, meaning 4 monochromatic colors are possible. So yeah, you get 4 colors. I think we can work with 4 colors. Yeah. I think that could work. We'll have 2 colors for shadow. And then 2 colors for the player. Or like a color for the player plus light. So it would be like... I'm going to jump over to Figma now. If we try to plan out the color scheme here, we could have light, and we'll make it a little bit of an off-white. In art, you never really want to do pure white or pure black, because they're not really found in nature. They provide too high of a contrast. It looks weird to the human eye, unless you are doing some sort of sci-fi type sort of experience, right? Wallen, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. 2-bit is strictly 4. Generally, if you do light, dark, red, as in some super highlight. And 1 to spare. Yeah, I think that's fair. So, you know, we could do, right, super highlight, like you're saying. We could do, kind of move it a little more into orange territory. And then we'd have, like our character, you know, some sort of beigey type sort of thing. And then we'd need our shadow color. Right? Would that work? Would we be able to do what we need with that? 282828, I'm a fan of that black. I expect lets you set the number of colors. Going time for a meeting. Take care, Prodigal. Best of luck in the meeting. We do have ads starting in just a minute, but we're going to pause. And we'll keep going from there. I think what I'm going to do during the break is I'm going to start looking up color palette generators. And kind of see what we can make work with 4 colors. See if we can make something really, really cool with 4 colors. So we'll do that right after the break. Be right back. Okay, welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, so low spec, not IO spec. I kept on thinking it's IO spec, like IO spec, like ACAR, I don't know. Thank you for that heads up. Let's take a look at this. Black, white, gray, and red. Dark and gory game. There you go, Nemphis. Nicholson, welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, we had a ton of people hanging out for the Pirate Software Jam beginnings, and then we got hit by a massive Aramis raid. Big thanks to Aramis once again for that. So, number of colors, we're going to go 4. 4 colors. Oh, and it even gives you samples of, like, screens with it. That's so rad. That is awesome. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That could work. Kind of like this sort of an idea, too. But we're going to go very simple. Like, I want kind of each color to represent something, right? That's pretty cool. Once again, I don't want to deal with dithering, but you see we have shadows in here, right? What does clicking this do? it has a pointer finger. That means I can click on it. Hey, Blades, good to see you. Welcome in. There's a lot of excitement around participating in the jam right now. Aramis threw us an incredible raid with 107 viewers that followed along with him. So deeply grateful to everyone that's here today. For however long people hang out, very grateful for them. Having to swap to a new game engine since Unity is fighting me, and I really don't want to make it obey me today. Time to learn a new game engine. Cool, Zymion. What are you going to be building in? What are you swapping to? So the problem with this is we need light, we need danger. We need 2 different tones of shadows, because there's the shadows that you walk on, and there's the shadows that spawn things. And then we need at least 1 color to represent the character. The shadows that spawn things, like the stuff that's spawned, can be the same color as that shadow. But I think we need to have 5. As bummer as that is, I think we need to move to 5. Welcome to Godot, totally not a cult. Godot apparently, nice, very cool. Totally not a spam on Godot, good. I have really enjoyed my time with Godot. I started off learning in GameMaker back in November, and I have really appreciated a lot of what Godot does. Having a controller built in, very nice. I kind of like this concept. All living creatures, including the character, can be the same color. I want the player to be different. I want the player to be a different color for readability reasons. You don't need one entire color for the character. Your choice, though. Yeah, I think that's what I'm feeling right now, is the character contrast can be created with other ways. Yes, it can be created with other ways, but am I talented enough to do those other ways? New game engine is a little scary, though. Why is that, Zymian? Like, obviously you could do... Oh, dear. Oh, it's so responsive. I don't... Okay. You could do... Right, like you can. You can create contrast. I am not incredibly confident in my skill set, though. You have no idea where everything is. Yeah, it's always an adventure learning new things. Outlines, shapes, movement, camera position, all how you play. Yes, you're not wrong, Cubus. You're not wrong. I totally understand that. Once again, I am not confident in my ability to do that necessarily. Because remember, this is the first action game that I've made. All my other game jams have been roguelike type sort of turn-based things. So I'm nervous, right? I'm worried. Maybe it's unfounded. Maybe it's not going to be a problem. Nonetheless, I am concerned. The player is always in a circle of light, for example. Could the player always be in a circle of light? Could be. Could be. I'm optimistic for you for you. There are, in my opinion, a lot less traps along the way, than Moon Hollow was, the previous Game Jam. What site is this? This is low spec. Let me throw the link in chat here. Yeah, this is a referral from Cubus and Zaft. Had to step away for a bit and may have missed it. No worries. No worries at all. Yeah, this is rad. I've never seen this site before. It's super cool. I'm a big fan. Big fan. How dare you guys push me to try and be a better developer? Now I got all sorts of thoughts running around in my head, man. Yeah, that last screen looks a little visually noisy. That's not my favorite. That one is clean, though. The middle one is nice. Okay. I kind of like this one. It's kind of like a Dome Keeper-y type sort of aesthetic, going for a monochrome palette. I guess we could have, like, the deep color of the shadow for, like, the platforms that you're on is this. And then the color of the monsters and cast shadows is this. Danger could be this. And then this could be, you know, kind of our highlight for various things. And then white for the... Although I'd probably change that. Let's go ahead and grab this. I think this is an interesting color palette. I did want something a little purpley. Where are these? Although I do still like this as an inspiration. We'll leave that. So we're gonna grab these. I'm gonna recreate them. Right here. This. I do want to change this, though, because this is a pretty stark white. And I would like it to be not quite that stark. So I'm going to take this previous color that we've had, and I'm going to shift it up a bit. Not quite different enough, is it? Shift it up more. So it's kind of there. That feels distinctly different. Is that distinctly different from this one? Yeah, it is. Is that good enough? Maybe it needs to get pushed a little bit more. I don't know. Just a little bit more. Yeah, I think that will work. Granted, I have no experience doing art direction for stuff like this at all. So, I don't know. I guess we'll try it. We'll see how it goes. This is the opportunity to try and figure stuff out. Totally fine. Turn-based killed me. It made me do more stuff myself instead of applying my amounted engine knowledge. Why so much calculating? Hilarious. Click link. See that's already bookmarked. Feel content. Love it, Shaman. Good to see you, by the way. Just my brain refusing to be motivated then. I think I've used the Godot's physics engine in a long time. I just make stupid games that make numbers go up. Hey, that's totally valid. The player could be the only creature of pure light. Could be. Could be. Yeah, this is something that I'm nervous about. Hype Monk with the raid. Hello, friend. Welcome in. How are you doing, Hype Monk? Were you working on the Pirate Jam as well? Feel free to raid and run. That's why we raid. It's to run. But if you have a moment, we'd love to hear what you were working on. Welcome in, and welcome in all the raiders. Pleasure to have you. Okay. I think I want to do a quick sample UI of what this could possibly be. And then we'll start coding. So we'll grab our color palette here. I just want to grab a 1440, 1024. We're going to make it probably this color by default in the background. And I'm just going to throw in some random sort of geography. And over here, remove the stroke, add a fill, and you are now this. put you in inside the frame. There we go. And then we'll do this, push you back, and we'll maybe just kind of flip you, make you feel a little bit more varied. Oops. There's also Color Mind IO, which I often use to fill in a missing color in an existing palette. Uh-oh. It says it's not secure. That's a bummer. Sent by the Indie Maniac. Thanks, Indie Maniac. Great to see ya. A little cumbersome to use, though. Fair enough. You're planning for the jam. Just set up base ideas to get working. Very exciting, Hype Monk. Awesome. We'd love to hear what you're planning on building, but in any case, thanks for hanging out. Yeah, okay. All right, Joe, you're futzing around too much already. Let's do our, like, moon in the back, like a big moon in the background, very ominous. And then, stars of various sizes. I know these don't really look like stars, that's fine. This is not a representation of the art style. It's more just to be kind of evocative and to help sell the concept of what is the game actually going to look like so I can know when I'm building it. So now we're going to have our shadow monster, right? So we're going to have like kind of a big, that's probably going to be too steep of a curve, but we can do something like this probably. And then don't worry, this is going to come out into something real. Trust me, let me cook. There we go. We're going to edit these points now. Bring that in. Swoop you up. Okay. You inside. Okay, then we can have our player. We'll just make a little bean for now. And then, I don't know, maybe we... I had to dumb down my initial game a lot. Think Lethal Company. Okay, going the road of dark capitalism. You're an alchemist stuck in a horrible company making potions for a quota. Ooh, all creatures try to kill you. I love that. Learning curve is steep for Godot. You know, I know that Unity does quite a lot to help people. I've never done anything in Unity, but I know it is a very accessible engine, which is good. Godot is pretty good, but it's definitely, you're probably going to have to learn a lot of new mental models and figure out where stuff is. That one was closer to Moonlighters. Okay, cool. While we're on color websites, check out coolers.com for the worst color combos. You could be so far along into the future that the light from the other stars no longer reach you. Hilarious. Indie Maniac, thank you so much for pointing that right over here. Why is that already looking pretty good? Rude. Well, you know, I guess it just goes to show you that you don't necessarily need talent in order to make something that other people may think is kind of okay. So I'm going to grab our color here. And then, yeah, what if we kind of do something like that? Right, so we've got our kind of glow on our character as he runs around. I don't know. Yeah. And then we have shadow being cast here. Subtract, and then add in this color. Throw it behind. So this is a struggle that I'm seeing is how do we have this shadow color and the background, right? If we turn this guy off, all of a sudden, a lot of things become a lot more legible. So maybe we just need to not have that color, especially be the next, but then see, then it starts to contrast against this. Maybe we do need some sort of a stroke. This is good to experiment with. It's gross. I don't like it, but at least helps you to see what things are. You have a great stream. All right, thanks so much, Hype Monk. Appreciate you. Have a great rest of your day. Likewise, best of luck in the jam. Yeah, I don't like this outline solution just at all. At all. We'll need to take a look back at IOSpec here. Oh, we went way far down. Of how are people kind of differentiating good scenery? With just 5 different things, you know, how are they doing parallax backgrounds with a lot of elements and stuff in a way that is compelling and visually interesting and clear? Like this is kind of interesting, right? We almost get a floor on there. See that? Yeah, that's pretty good. So instead of just doing a universal stroke, we could have, you know, all this in that, right? And that will, all of a sudden, that does help it look a lot better. So just creative lighting. Yeah. Using all colors for foreground and background. I mean, so is this one, right? I guess they're not getting to that high yellow. But other than that, they're using everything, right? No dark mountains. But I don't know. Wouldn't light mountains feel really weird? Like, that seems weird to me. And we're also calling all the attention of the player way up here, which we don't really want to do. Like, ideally, your background should probably be darker than your foreground, right? To help draw the eye in? I mean, I'm no artist. I'm definitely open to thoughts on this, but it seems like a good call. Well, I mean, all of these are having brighter backgrounds. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong. What if you use half and half? Foreground is very dark there and the background is very bright, but it does depend on your scenery. Sure. Sure. Yeah. All right. Let's bring these all down. Oops. We're going to kind of stretch things out a little bit. Okay, so we have all this, and then we're going to have our bad guy. One bad guy here. You are our shadow color. And the other thing is, yeah, if it's so bright back there, then how do we make the lighting stand out a lot? Bright mountains don't really make sense, but a lit sky does. Yeah, yeah. And we're not going to be doing the art in this program, but it's just kind of, it's good to work through these things to see what problems are we going to run into, what do we need to be aware of as we move forward, right? Do 2 quick eyes here. So, look, something is spawning in here. Oh no! Put our eyes over there as well. And then have like a crescent slash. Come on, get out of pen mode. Thank you. Have that be the light, right? The light color slash, right? Boom. Where's the brightness in your game? Who owns it? And do you even need a background? I mean, I guess I wanted the background so that it would kind of communicate that this monster is moving forward and we can show stuff moving in the background, but maybe we just axe it for scope reasons. The world could be drenched in darkness. You tell him, Cubus. How dare you bring my scope down? I think this is interesting enough, right? Like, there's definitely gonna be a lot of artistic visual problems we're gonna have to work out, but especially until we get in and see how Godot is handling lighting, what control I have over it, what do I need to bake in, what is it that needs to be live. I think I can progress much further than this. So, I think we'll park this here. This is our, we do need to do a little bit of UI work here. So, let's have, sort of a lives indicator here. X3, right? We do lives or we could do health. If we do health, we're going to need health pickups. And we could have lives pickups as well, but I guess we don't have to do lives health pickups. We could just have like three health, right? Like 3 lanterns. To crank the scope back up, have you heard of using normal maps for 2D art? No. It sounds very normal and therefore very easy though. Let's definitely do it. And then I want to have the sort of genomes that are present, right? The alchemical ingredients to communicate to the player this is what your weapon is. Let's grab a triangle, remove the fill, add a stroke, scale it way down. Add in a line. Okay. What happened to this vector? That's weird. Do a line. There we go. And I know this is not in our color palette. That's okay. This is just representative more than anything else. Wait. Oh, that's why. There we go. Scale it up. All right, so we can have 3 of these. Right. That is now saying this is what your weapon is. So our health. And then your regions. Now, the thing that is hanging over my head is when do we allow people to modify this, right? Because we can have power-ups sitting in the world that you have to go, like, grab. And that makes sense to me. But then once you grab them, we're going to need to have some way that people can modify this. I'm not really feeling like tackling that right now. Keep it in the back of the head. And keep going. My wife says it is giving Roku home screen background vibes. So hard to learn quickly where everything is and how to sort stuff around in Godot. Learning quickly can be very tough. I had to learn Godot for the very first Holo Jam 6 months ago? 4 months ago? 5 months ago? Something like that. And yeah, it was an event. It was definitely an event. Slowly though getting used to it, well, you're going faster than I am. Yeah, that's very fast. All right, take care, Cubus. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all your support. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and jump into Godot. Let's jump into Godot. I'm gonna make, we're gonna delete this scene. I made a quick little random number scene to get the idea generation going. But we're gonna make a new scene. And this is gonna be our kind of test level. We're gonna add in a polygon 2D. Polygon 2D, let's do a, yeah, sure. We're going to make some quick level mock-up similar to what we had in Figma. give a shadow opportunity right there. We're gonna change our color. Grab it over from Figma, set you to there. Okay. We're gonna change our render mode to linear. Ooh. Let's see. It's in isn't it in window? Did we do ooh. Textures. Yeah, there we go. Nearest. We change that to nearest, and then we're gonna do background color. Not a transparent background. There's a way to do this. Looking phenomenal. Thanks, Jack. Trying to get the drag and drop done today before going to bed. Zymian, you don't understand. You don't understand the hornet's nest you just kicked up. I spent my entire previous jam trying to figure out how to do drag and drop in Godot, and it was nightmarish. Also, I'm really bad at programming, so, you know, there's also that. We're going to do a collision polygon 2D. And we're going to grab this set of data. We're going to... Let's see, how do I, like, save this? Is there a way to save the pattern here? And then put it in? I guess we could change static body 2D. See, this is what I'm saying. I am so inept when it comes to action-based gameplay. I've done almost nothing of this sort of stuff. An empty collision polygon 2D has no things about it. Okay. We'll move it over here, and then we will add... I'll just manually copy it for now. I know there's got to be a way to just copy it over, but I'm going to worry about that later. Drag and drop? Wait, why did you have so much trouble with drag and drop? Arrow Axie, good to see you, by the way. I had so much trouble with drag and drop because it's hard. I was trying to drag and drop cards onto a grid. And I just could not get it working. How goes the shenanigans? It's going very well. Good to see you, Arrow Axie. I've done some drag and drop stuff before. I just pulled up some quick tutorial to get the basics down before I try and modify it for my needs. Nice. Not using Smart Shape 2D? I have no idea what a Smart Shape 2D is. Drag and dropping cards? I thought you meant like file drag and drop? No. Like dragging and dropping cards onto a grid of abilities and like snapping them to the grid and everything. Cards haunt me. Spend most of a month like jam trying to make 3D drag and drop cards. That is wild. 3D is a whole nother level. Smart Shape 2D is an add-on. It's amazing, but also has some complexities. I suggest getting familiar with the basics first. Interesting. Smart Shape 2D is an add-on for basically doing tile maps, but on 2D polygons. Very cool. Very cool, Axie. Okay, we're in ads. Sorry, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. I don't get the newfangled 2 dimensions. So I stick to 3. Man, that's impressive. Yeah, I want to start getting into 3D. I'm going to start getting into 3D after this. So I'm going to start diving into Unreal and learning blueprints and starting to relearn C++ because I learned C++ a while ago. That was my first experience with development, was learning C++ at a very basic level. But yeah, excited to do that. Okay, we're going to save this test level. And let's go ahead and make some organization. My future self will thank me for it. So scenes, scripts, assets. At the very least, we can do that much. Oh, not in scripts. What am I doing? In scenes. Now we can make a new 2D scene for the player. I legit don't get 2D. It's so weird to me. Starting with C++ sounds like a pain. Well, you know, it was 20 years ago that I was learning that. So, even more. Sheesh, like 22 years ago. Join me, Unreals. Join me in Unreal, says 2D Fighter. Yeah, you're still enjoying it? Scene, player. We're going to go ahead and make a... not a rigid. Character body. We're going to add a... what is it I need to add? An area or a collision shape? Collision shape. We can just turn this... I think they have a bean, right? New capsule shape. Yeah. There we go. Alright, now if I just do this, and I bring in our bean, what is this going to look like? Ooh, that's itty bitty. Okay, of course, we can't see it because I don't have debug stuff on, and I guess I'm just not... I guess I'm just not going to. So we're going to add in a new color? Should we color rect? I mean, that's mixing 2D and controls. This is something that I've really wanted to figure out how to do in Godot, and it has to be a simple thing to do. I just want a shape of color. That's all I want. I know I can do this. Don't mix nodes, please. I felt you coming, Zapped. I felt it. And there is the new tile map node in 4.3 that supposedly is really good. Although, once again, I've never done anything with any of this. This is all new. Not 100% new, but like 90% new. Polygon 2D or Sprite 2D? So if we add a Polygon 2D... like, I can't just assign it a shape, right? Click to put points. Yeah, I don't want to put points, though. I just want this. I just want this capsule shape. That's all I want. Can I, like, save this and load it in? We'll call this shapes. Sure. You cannot have that? See, that's dumb. Why not? Why can't I have that? Isn't that a reasonable thing to want? That seems like a very normal thing. Yeah, that just, I don't know. That seems weird to me. It seems very weird to me. Alright, well, I guess if we have to do our polygon 2D, even more hilarious is that if you ask it to show collision shapes, it can draw it, but you cannot. Oh, man, that's really disappointing. That's really disappointing. Yeah, what a bummer. So I guess we'll just do a jank thing? Just do this? Which we'll just deal with for now until we have our sprite in. Oops. Can I move that point in? Like, there we go. Okay, whatever. Sure. Okay. Lovely. I'd also love a way to add in a... Oh, we have swatches! Oh, I didn't know this was real. That's fantastic. Okay. So add in that swatch, and then we can do this. This is cool. See, this is a thing that I've never done in Godot. This is great. Learning already. Go team. Add, and then grab this. And we can just add, and now we can just jump between all of them. Great. All right. After you get your fill in Unreal, you should join me on this Vampire Survivors type game. I know it's up your alley. Nice, dude. Are you building a full project in Unreal? Okay. We do not have our script attached yet. Let's definitely attach that. Not assets. Scripts. Character body. We'll just call it player. Great. You're doing a full Vampire Survivors like? That's awesome, man. I had no idea. Okay, we are still not moving. Does this need to be the main node? Is that our problem? Once again, never done any of this. Let's see if we move this up and delete this. No, still not working. Okay. That's weird. Print velocity. If I can spell. GD script is so comfortable to use. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people really feel that way, and yes, we're not doing it. Weird. Oh, because we're not attached anymore. There's at least that. GD script is built very well into the engine. Okay, now we're working. Okay. GD script does a lot of really cool stuff. It really, really does. A lot of people prefer to use C# with it because they miss their editor that they really like. They miss certain functionality and control over things, but genuinely, GDScript does a really good job. It does a really good job. It's going to get a lot done for you. Unless you're going to be building really complex things, you probably don't really need to worry about anything else. Especially coming from mainly Unity and C#, and it really fights against me sometimes. It takes a bunch of work to get it to function properly. Interesting. Interesting, Daniel. Okay, so now we're going to do the scary stuff, which is lighting. I've never done this before. Directional 2D light from a distance, positional 2D light source, includes light cast by a light 2D, casting shadows. I'm curious, will the collision shape block shadows? Swap hats, you got it, Prodigal. Oh. Are we out of add hats or something? Or are you trying to bait out the clear hats? Time for a new look. Usually use it with C#, but in tiny projects I try GDScript, and it's infuriating all the little quality of life things missing from GDScript. Yeah, Tobias, I hear that all the time, especially from people who are much more advanced developers. I'm not an advanced developer. I'm not a formally educated developer. I took a couple of classes. That's it. So I really like GDScript. It does a lot for me because I don't have that experience of... Now, I will say one thing that I have heard that would be really nice is better refactoring support. I'd love to have better refactoring support, but, you know, I'm kind of playing the old 1980s wizardry games right now, and I've never even seen Skyrim or Elden Ring. So I'm happy with the world that I've got right now. I love messy dynamic type languages with 0 refactoring tools, yet I think GDScript is disgustingly bad. Oh, man. That's super fair. I'm a programmer for my day job, so I'm used to expecting all the advanced type systems stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Okay. So, I do not know what any of these buttons do. Ooh, look at that. Okay. Blend mode? We can change the blend mode. Interesting. Okay. Z-min, Z-max. Okay. Shadow enabled. Color. Swatches. You. So what's going to happen if I run this scene? What's that going to look like? Okay. Not a whole lot. Even though I feel this way, if a beginner asked me what to start with, I'd still recommend GDScript. Yeah. And I think that's fair. That's what I tend to hear a lot. It's a good kind of Python-esque introduction. I mean, it's really good to get into. What more can be said, right? Especially for people jumping off of visual scripting. Like, that's what I did, right? I did GameMaker visual scripting, and then I moved to GameMaker scripting, and then I moved over to Godot, and it's felt like a very natural progression. Granted, it was a huge mental model shift going from GameMaker to Godot, but still, in terms of like complexity and how that all works together, it's felt very natural. So what is height? The height of the light used with 2D normal mapping ranges from 0 parallel to the plane to 1 perpendicular to the plane. Oh. So this is like the z-axis? 0 is parallel to the plane, 1 is perpendicular to the plane. To what plane? What plane are we referring to? I missed the start of a GDScript debate. Just an echo chamber. Yeah, we're all getting along. It's all good. Also, I'm glad it's so inbuilt into the editor as well, because whenever I'm using Unity, I hate how the editor and engine are in different windows and always trips me up. And yeah, I mean, I hear that too, that there's a lot of convenience of having everything integrated. Fair enough. I really like that experience as well. Everyone's agreeing it's a preference, and GDScript tends to be better for beginners. Yeah, built-in editor. Don't get me started on the built-in editor. That's sad. Oh, goodness. This is interesting. Okay. We do our ad, then we get that sort of an experience. So it's kind of globally affecting everything, which I wouldn't have expected from a name like directional 2D light, right? So what happens if we do a point light? And set its color to this. And then start scaling up the energy. Is that going to do anything? No, we're not quite there yet. Texture scaling? What is this? The texture scale factor. Do I need to add in a texture for the light? All right, this is yucky, but what's going to happen if I do it? Okay. Built-in editor, definitely buggy at times. Sure. Even if I'm using GDScript, I still use a separate editor. The amount of times I've clicked run on my Unity script file is horrific. Directional is like the sun coming from infinity away. Okay. Directional is just the sun hitting everywhere from a direction, mostly for shadows. But it's not casting any shadows, right? If I do this here, it's just globally affecting everything. It's not like just hitting the rims of things, which is what I would have kind of expected. And I did see that there is this light occluder, right? Yeah, create and assign one. Sure. Great. It's like, oh man, once again, why can't I just like load in a shape that we've already done? So if I do all this for a third time, will this do the trick? Okay. You need an occluder to cast shadows. That's weird. I don't know. I'm struggling to understand that mental model here. Unity tried very hard to help with the code, but I despise the way it makes my Visual Studio autofill things and resets my settings every time I open it, so I have to disable autofill way too often. Interesting, Zion. Interesting. Because pain, that's why. If you right-click, you can copy data. Ooh. Ah, there it is. Oh, but I can't load it in the shape, though. Wait, no, not player. Why is there a Trace player? Oh, that's right. Okay, never mind. I'm a Dumbo. Maybe just save polygon as resource and copy it? No? Well, I have no idea, Jack. It's just an array of points. It's not. It's a packed vector to array. So, okay. So if I go to our collision polygon 2D, right? I grab this. So it won't let me right click. I can't right click this to save it. Right click the key? Son of a biscuit. You always, in Godot, I've always right clicked this thing to get what I wanted. Now you're telling me that there's different interaction patterns based on if I click on the key or the value? Oh my, oh, and we can't even save it. Oh, this is so weird. Okay, all right. So, we go here. I could do this. Cool. That's rad. That's very rad. I like it. Very unintuitive, but I'm super stoked that it exists. That's great. So now, theoretically, we can go over here and do this and get the same thing. We can have everything positioned exactly the way that it should be. 960 and 567. Yeah, no, that's not great. Okay, cool. Always the key, not the actual button. I've never right-clicked the button. I always right-click the button. Are you kidding? Because then you can do stuff like this. Right-click on this to do your quick load and load and everything, right? I've never clicked on the key. Always on the value. That's weird. That's a new thing to learn. Great. I always just click the arrow for that menu. Oh, man. See, I didn't even, like, recognize the arrow would do that. Interesting. And they are different menus, too. Like, with the same options, I think, but different, oh, maybe not. Maybe it's the same thing as just position on the mouse cursor if you right-click it. Weird. That's okay, though. We're here. We're moving forward. Okay, let's scooch this all into where it should be. Grab. Oops. Come on. Scooch that in. There we go. Okay, everything is neat and tidy. Neat and tidy. So our light occluder 2D, and an occluder polygon must be set or drawn for this occluder to Hold on. Let's get rid of this print here. It offends me. Someone presses UX mode button. It's always on, Zap. I've seen so many people click the main thing rather than the arrow when trying to save. Really? Gonna have to let them know right-click works. Interesting. Yeah, man. You know, that's the way it is with open source software. That's why I didn't want to start with Godot. I did contemplate starting with Godot. But I thought, I don't know, open source seems like it's gonna be really janky. And I'm not up to dealing with that when I still need to, like, remember dot notation, right? So funny that I literally did what you're doing like an hour ago for my entry. Hilarious, Zap. But I did via code. It looks hundreds of times less painful than via the editor. Really? Interesting. Blender's not that janky and it's fast. It's true, Blender isn't that janky, but that's because it's had a huge burst forward in popularity over the past few years. Like, if you go back 10 years, it was pretty rough. GameMaker was not jam-packed with jank. But at least it was a system that kind of integrated with itself, right? It was a tightly packaged, cohesive thing that had vision and direction. Godot doesn't necessarily have that due to its nature of being open source, since contributors are going to be people that are very advanced, right? 2.8 was a lot. Okay. So I've lost my character. My character is gone. I wonder why that is. Let's rerun the scene. There we are. Did we just fall off the side? Is that all that happened? Yeah. The way I'm doing things, I need 4 polygons that match. Collision, detection, display, and shadow. Wow. That's so strange. Nip, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. I started pre-2.8 and failed miserably till the update. Now I use Blender for literally everything. That's awesome, Aeroaxie. I haven't checked out Blender literally in more than a decade. So I need to get back into it, because I have heard that it's made huge leaps and bounds. Huge leaps and bounds. Okay, so my understanding of Light Occluder 2D, or my assumption of how it works, is this will occlude light, right? It will cast shadows, but it almost seems like it is the shadow. But that doesn't seem quite right to me. To be frank, I did model some things, but yeah, don't use 2.79. They even just released a new LTS 4.2, which has updates for the video editor. There's a video editor in there? My goodness. That sounds wild. Cast shadows only from light 2Ds that have the same light masks. Which, I mean, I haven't edited anything. Yeah, so we're still in the same mask, right? So that should be just fine. Blender's had a video editor forever. They've been finally updating it because there's a huge rework coming to animations. So they've been reworking all the timeline-related stuff. Very cool. That sounds awesome, Aeroaxie. That sounds rad. Animation's rigging, though it's supposedly coming 2025. Okay. You try rotating the light. Sure. Okay, that is making a bit of a difference, which is interesting. How is this? Oh, okay. If we put this over here? Hey, Fallon here. Good to see ya. How are you, friend? How's life going? Yeah, like, even if we turn up this... it just seems so strange. Like, once again, it just seems like it's, being this global light that's hitting absolutely everything, and this occluder isn't doing anything. I think it's just that the background doesn't show any shadow? The background doesn't show any shadow. Okay. I mean, it's a bright background. Wouldn't we be able to see the shadows? I guess I'm not understanding. You could see the shadow on the player, but not the background. Makes it seem off. Like, it just seems like the light occluder is the shadow instead of casting the shadow. The background of the viewport doesn't show shadows. It's just always a flat color. I mean, is there a reason that that's happening? Like, yeah, maybe I need to, like, dive into some tutorials on lighting here. Maybe I need to get some tutorials on lighting. Sorry, Aeroaxy, I just saw that auto mod. That was unreasonable. My apologies. I know in 3D everything shows lighting for me. Yeah, I may just need to do some sort of research on this. Very strange. Very strange. It's Twitch auto mod, you're fine. I'm used to auto mod being insane. Well, I appreciate that understanding and patience. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, goodness. My chat used to joke about the new Pog forever, and Twitch constantly auto-modded them being mad at it. Oh, that's hilarious. That's super funny. Hey, folks. Unfortunately, I'm at the end of my time limit here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to raid into a good friend of ours, Dragon Spirit Games, who is also doing the Pirate Jam. We're going to keep that Pirate Jam going. We're going to dive in, and I'm going to figure out how to do lighting on my own, because this is very strange. Best part is they weren't even mad. It changed. They were just mad at the weird character they gave it. Zymian, thanks so much. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate all of you. All of you who have been hanging out from all these raids and coming in just organically. You're all fantastic. I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Zap. Thank you, Cubus. Thank you, Jack. Zymian, all the people that have been here the whole time. Fallon here, good to see you again. Aeroaxy, thanks for coming in and being a support. Queen Anne, 2D Fighter, Prodigal Son, all you folks that have made this such a wonderful time. Thank you so much. As a reminder, foxhollowgames is a charitable enterprise helping people enter the game industry. So if that sounds like a good time to you, like, follow, subscribe, whatever platform you're on YouTube and Twitch. And I just want to say thank you for being here. It's been such a pleasure and a joy. We're going to be back tomorrow with more Pirate Software Game Jam. We're hitting this hard. And then on Friday, we have our... Friday, we have our Fox Hollow Jam award ceremony. Tomorrow, we're doing more Pirate Software Jam. And we're going to keep going. Thank you so much for hanging out. And we'll see you later. Bye-bye.